So progress is being made on that front. But beyond that, I still am not confident on which teams are set to be eliminated. Given that we are going to be seeing one of those candidates in this matchup, Lizard, I want you to advocate for these Alliance fans. It is going to be Alliance versus Mudgolems first match. And you look at the group stage standings and you see like, oh, Alliance, they beat Viking. This is great. I mean, they beat the top dog in the tournament so far.
Why did you give me Alliance, man? I feel like a lawyer that's supposed to defend a defendant that he doesn't believe in.
Fine, then you can.
No, I'll try.
Okay,
no offense to Alliance fans out there, but they've been looking rough. And we had a conversation, I believe, with S4, was it? It was one of them, and he said that, yeah, the morale is low. They can't really find their stride. They're not playing the game properly. They might be even trying too hard. So maybe if they switch those things around, if they stop trying as much, if they just play the game they love, if they just give it their best without really overthinking it, they can take this match. But no buts. Definitely. Alliance, this is yours. You can do it.
Okay, there we go. That was convincing. Your Honor, my client is they're innocent, It's just it's patch blues motivation, they're innocent of playing bad. That's irrelevant. Lacoste, I guess you get the softball because you were off last week and you were having your birthday last weekend, weren't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, then
I did not receive a message from you, Tsunami.
I was saving it.
Happy belated birthday.
Not a like on my Instagram post, nothing.
Listen, I was saving it for 3,000 people who are watching this in compelling match between Alliance and Mudgolems. So your birthday gift is you get the easy question. Tell me why Mudgolems are, probably the favorites, not necessarily just because of the tournament standings, but this is like a Cinderella story, this Mudgolems team. They're exceeding expectations. It's still just kind of a stack. They're not sponsored, but what's making them look so good right now in this tournament?
Their general understanding of the game, how it should be played. Like they have some great players, some new blood combined with great captaining coming out from Fada, and everything's looking good. Like their rotations, the understanding of the timings, what they need to do in game, like Roche taking, everyone's saving for a buyback. Like I wouldn't call them underdogs anymore. I would stop calling them underdogs like 1 month ago because they've proven themselves to be pretty much a top tier team. At least in Europe, we still don't see these interregional matches, but looking forward to the new DPC to see, how they're going to be matched up against some like top tier teams from Southeast Asia, China, North America.
That's a region. I'm glad you mentioned it.
Yeah,
never forget
South America. I feel like South America is a much better region than NA right
You're
now.
Probably right. But this is all European action, and that's why the next series that I'm also interested in, Lizard, which one do you want? You want OG or Liquid? I feel like you're gonna want OG.
Yeah, I think it's easier to go with OG.
Okay,
right? Liquid, they have their cycles, and they play badly at the beginning of the tournament. They play a little bit better afterwards, but they're never truly on the level of OG. Not the OG that we saw recently, the creativity of the drafting, the movements on the map. I think if you're a better, that OG should be a lock.
Yeah, and Liquid right now, they're also struggling to make sure that they make it out of not Division 2 contention. Kind of on a hot streak, I suppose. We had spoken to Insania after their Alliance match, and it seemed like there was a discussion that happened between the team because they said that they've been having, their players have been having some personal issues, and so they wanted to take time off after ESL Germany. But also, there's a difference between taking time off and then just like floundering in a tournament. So they beat Alliance on the 22nd, then they beat VP on the 27th, so it may be kind of interesting. And then the last match of the day is probably the one that everyone's going to be excited to tune into: Secret versus Enigma. Lacoste, I don't have a strong favorite in this one. How about you?
It's tough to read, if Enigma shows up, if they're playing their best game, if Weeha is having an, easy time for himself, Enigma will have an easy game. And for Team Secret, they seemed like, they've given all in the previous tournament, but definitely, like they lost already 2 series in this tournament. I believe they lost to, who was it, Viking 2-0,
And OG.
and OG. Yeah, yeah. So it's not a team secret like 1-2 months ago where everyone was just clean execution. Maybe they got tired of the patch. They want to start new things, and they've proven themselves to be the best team. They won what, 5-6 tournaments in a row, and they also, I guess, wanted to take a bit of a break.
Yeah, there are limits for sure. Whenever we spoke to other secret members, it definitely seemed like, being the best comes at a cost. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. But we are kicking it off with our first draft, Alliance versus Mudgolems. Seems like there will be a fair amount of hero overlap, but at the same time, the latter stages of this tournament are proving that a lot of random heroes are starting to find a renaissance. Like Omni Knight, for the last 2 days or so, is now like balling out of control. So even though historically these teams have similar kind of hero pools, I'm expecting anything to go.
Omni Knight in the last week has a 65% win rate with like 15 games.
That's crazy.
It's really good for him, and I'm talking only about this tournament. In Asia, they're playing him as well, but we probably don't want to copy any of their drafts, as they have a bunch of techie players there that are ruining their games. So I like to stick with Alina, also very high win rate with a similar amount of the games, and they answer with the Clockwork, which is my favorite hero versus Lina. Honestly, like whenever I see her in pubs, like Clockwork feels just, you get this one target that you can always eliminate from the game.
Yeah, I mean, Lina's very burstable as a hero, like doesn't get earlier defensive items like a BKB. Yeah, you get the Yule Scepter. If you use that offensively to try to set things up for LSA, you're an easy target for Clockwork. And, Clockwork doesn't reveal anything. It's a good hero overall. You have a BKB piercing ability, hero that can scale once you get that Aghanim Scepter. But no surprise, like Mud Golems, that they are, first phasing Lina, because that was pretty much Barania's best hero, I would say, throughout the tournament in the last month. Like, he just, knows his stuff, dominates the lane. It could also be a flex pick. And the second one is the Lifestealer, attack speed against the Clockwork. Just a comfort pick for Mud Golem. Strong laner, hero that scales well. Even though I'm not a biggest fan of a Lifestealer, it's personal for me. When I see a Lifestealer, like, I don't play that hero. I don't like the heroes that you can't do much, like you right click people. Wow, good job. It's just not my type of a hero. So
I completely agree with Lacoste on the Lifestealer, unless he has a vessel that brings him into the fights, and that's where that Slardar comes into play for so many teams. You can see, I believe it's Viking actually, they have a lot of success with Lifestealer carry, but usually it is with a Slardar to accompany him. Then when you have Slardar Lifestealer, that's a completely different story, because you just go into that Uber and you zoom around the map searching for kills. They just activate each other really well. Most likely we'll see Alliance banning it out. They go for Doom next, which is a little bit peculiar versus Lifestealer. It's still flexible, right? We have seen Doom's mid, but it's not the greatest hero to lane against Nikes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's mid Doom. They can flex it, but you have no business in Lifestealer's lane. Like, he's just gonna right click you to that. You're not putting any kind of pressure to him. Like, you can just rage off your spells. So most likely looking like a mid Doom to me. Oh, they banned out Weaver. This is the hero that I didn't see in ages.
Yeah, it's versus the Lifestealer, right?
Yeah.
Like your first carry. Historically, you're one of the best carries versus Lifestealer after the Morphling probably is Weaver, because of his just high mobility. That Lifestealer, yeah, he's just going to run in and right-click people. He has no way of catching you, and you have a free game as Weaver.
You mentioned that the Lina has some flex potential to cost, but now that you know that it's likely a mid Doom, Alliance have not played Doom at all, but I'm with you guys that it's looking like a mid Doom, because putting it against the Lifestealer is kind of bad news. Do you think that Barania is going to be taking this Lina mid to go up against it, or okay?
Yeah, if it's mid Doom, I'm pretty sure they just want to have Lina against them. Like, it's pretty much a lane dominator, easy to set LSA. Like you can't out farm Doom because of the devour gold that he gets, but you can put the pressure on him.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been experimenting with ways to beat this mid Doom, and I think Alliance have seen that it's kind of easy to execute, but at the same time, on Limp, I kind of am always disappointed whenever he's playing easy to execute heroes, because it feels better whenever he's playing like a high intensity hero.
Something like a puck for him would be pretty
exactly,
good, right?
yeah.
Like, and it's already pretty neat, but we'll see. This Doom was played by Zats on position 4 as well. I'm also not the I don't love Doom position 4 that much unless you have a really solid plan around it. And usually what I mean as a plan is you need to have a very strong self-sufficient offlaner that gets helped by Doom eventually a little bit, right? You have to be able to stay on that lane for a minute while he goes, finds his creeps, comes back. But yeah, like so far they don't have that in Clockwork. He's not that type. Omni Knight banned out by mudgolems. Talked about it. These two teams are actually like very similar when you think about the origins. Fata, like 2 years ago now, is it, or 1 year ago, he created that stack with Nico Baby that became Alliance, and then they got rid of him. And somehow when I look at their drafts, they're still very similar. Like these Mud Golems remind me so much about the original Alliance.
One hero that, Mud Golems really love to play that is still in the pool is Viper, like 33. We had an interview with him. He said, yeah, what do you guys mean? Like, Viper is a fun hero to play. And everyone's like, yeah, we kind of disagree, but, do your thing.
Yeah, Viper's still in the pool. Ban out the Snapfire next.
Yeah, that's a big flex pick as well, but Mudgolems Borania was just a god on that hero a couple of times. That he went out of control. So if you don't know that this Lina is mid 100%, banning out that Snapfire is probably a good idea.
Okay, Enigma ban. They have one BKB piercing ability that's Doom, but yeah, I think you need to have like another way of possibly stopping a life stealer, and we've seen the rise of Enigma, where Enigma just takes over the game. You get like 1, 2, like you get tier 2, tier 3 neutral items. You have enough mana to sustain like BKB, refresher, and blink. All right, so good response to Enchantress, something that we see quite often. Like you just want to be able to one-shot the creep. Also, you can easily stop the push. Spectre into Lifestealer, not a big fan of it. Like Lifestealer just completely shuts down Spectre. Big fan of Lifestealer in that matchup.
Exactly, I love it. There's still Viper in the pool, and there's still Slardar in the pool. Like,
yeah, I think you just get Viper here. Like, it's the hero that they love to play. You need a break mechanic against Spectre. It makes your game so much easier.
I like Viper here as well, because of Spectre, obviously. I think Slardar makes your game a little bit easier, perhaps. Like the way you rotate around the map, you have this solid position tree that has an item progression that will allow you to dive the towers and take good fights. Viper, let's see if they go for it. Yeah, Viper is easier as well because of the break mechanic, right? Starting fights is more difficult though.
I like how they pretended for like 25, 30 seconds. They're not gonna pick it. We're thinking where we're gonna pick, but still end up picking up Viper as expected.
I think in their mind they're just surprised. They're like, "Wait, are we really gonna pick Fata's hero as our last pick?"
But they can flex Lina, put her as position 5. Like Lina is a very strong 5. Most of the time Lina is banned out. Surprised that Alliance decided to give Lina to Mud Golems.
They gave a lot to Mud Golems. Like this Lina, the Lifestealer.
Lizard, you were supposed to be on Alliance's side. What are you doing,
Viper? But for their last pick,
there we go.
It's something that you could never expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see what that is. I mean, if you're looking at the drafts for Limp, any sort of hero with high reach is good. The puck that we mentioned earlier as well, if Doom isn't mid, is all right. But man, you're thinking about these lanes, and Doom Clockwork shouldn't have a decent time versus Lifestealer, no matter what they pick for Fata. And then
I think
Viper
that's
as
a
well
mid
versus
Doom
Spectre.
because of the matchup that we discussed, and I feel like they need a different type of a hero. Like just put the Doom on mid and get an offlaner. Okay, so mudgolems, they banned out Beastmaster. They also think it's an offlane hero.
Yeah, yeah.
Any other BKB piercing disable that you're concerned about? I mean, if you are looking for an offlaner, S4 has been playing a ton of Bloodseeker, so Rupture may
They
be
ban out-
something relevant, and they ban out the
They actually
Slardar.
ban out the Slardar, yeah, because it's one of the best heroes versus Lifestealer. Not the best combo with Clock in the laning stage or throughout the game, but it's still good. It's still solid versus Lifestealer, so better safe than sorry. The Bloodseeker that you talked about, yeah, the way Alliance plays it is quite solid. You also aren't truly that pressured by Lifestealer in the laning stage, so it all depends. Like we saw one game in which Lifestealer gets Orb of Venom, kills Bloodseeker for the first blood. I think it was Viking playing that Bloodseeker, and then suddenly you're just a creep in the lane.
Let's see what mudgolems decide to go for, but it's going to be very hard for them to initiate a fight with these heroes. Like, how are you going to, if that's like Lina position 2, and then they're missing position 5, it's like, what are you going to do? Like, arrow someone? It's tough. I think it's very hard for them to initiate into team fight. They're going to need to be using smokes and Mirana's ulti to try to engage into a team fight, because you don't have that blink initiator, you do not have a vehicle for a life stealer. I like the picks from the mudgolems. I think they're fine, except that part where it's going to be more counter reactive to what Alliance is doing.
It's one of the reasons why I thought Slardar might be a bit better than Viper, but you can still itemize that for that ATOS on Viper, perhaps, and Phoenix gets his Yules, dive Yules into Mirana Arrow, or Mirana, like we've seen Milan many times, just leaping in, Yuling someone and setting up for his team to follow up. So it's doable. It looks a little bit awkward when it comes to that front of starting fights, but it's doable. For Alliance, however, what are we expecting here from their offlane? What else is there? Prophet. We've seen no one dominate on Prophet yesterday, right? And it was a really solid performance. He had the support Doom. Support Clock isn't any worse. Versus this Phoenix and Lifestealer lane, they should be completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a problem. Like this Nature's Prophet, you mentioned no one's performance. He really popped off. So I think Borania, once again, is the key to their draft. Like he needs to pop off, needs to have a really good game. And against the melee hero on the mid lane, should have a decent time. Also, there's no counterplay to Doom. Like they have a good chasing potential with the TP rotations coming out from Nature's Prophet, Haunt from Spectre. Like now that I see this Nature's Prophet as a last pick, I'm leaning towards Alliance.
No, I have to agree as well, because just look at Burani and his performances on Lina, and then you have Doom running him down with Scorched Earth. You have Haunt, you have Nature's Prophet TPing from behind. Nature's Prophet lane also isn't contested, and if S4 itemizes properly, he will always be able to deal with the egg.
All right, well, I mean, this is encouraging news for Alliance fans, but it's a double-edged sword, because if they lose, then you can't blame the draft, it seems. Well, you can always go to egb.com if you're confident that one team's going to win, or you can click the banner below the stream, or you can just sit back, listen to our casters, 1437 and Nomad.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yup, let's get into this game number 1 in this best of 3 series of Alliance versus Mudgolems. These two teams going to be battling it out for these all-important places. You know, these teams, they are not in the safest of positions right now. I mean, both of them could really use a win to get those all-important group stage points, and possibly, I mean, Alliance especially, they are bottom of the leaderboard right now. They need a way to get out of that red zone. Dibben, how's it going?
It's going well. I'm so glad to watch this Mudgolems versus Alliance. It's like how Lizard said, this team was actually originally started by Fada, what we see as Alliance today. And I love it when I see these grudge matches between two teams. You know, Fada getting kicked from Alliance not too long ago, right? I think it was less than a year ago. So
Yeah, it definitely was. It's
and now he's back
very recent.
to showcase his talents and how good he really is as a captain, bringing up another team here.
Damn, the salt match. Well, we'll see which way the cookie crumbles this time around, but yeah, FNG and Fada definitely, going to be exchanging some glances this game across the booth. At least if it were LAN, that's what it would be. Unfortunately, that's not, so we don't get to see any salty handshakes this time around. Good memories.
Wow,
Good TI memories.
Oh my goodness, that sentry is gonna kill both. Both their sentries are gone.
Oh, my goodness.
They invested so much into blocking this Doom's medium camps, so he doesn't get like a frost armor or a wolf creep, and FNG just comes in there, drops one sentry, kills both of their sentries. That's minus 150 gold for Mud Golems, just like that.
There it is. FNG takes the first slap. Let's see what mudgolems have in store to slap right back. But yeah, so far a very nice economical start for the side of Alliance. Let's see where
this word here, right here.
Yeah.
That's exactly why they were able to get that. He went out, got that word out really quickly. Didn't see that there was an obs word that was also planted, but managed to remove those sentries at least.
All right, so let's have a look over towards this mid laners. We've got Boromir on the Lina versus Limp playing on the Doom. How's this matchup going to go?
Well, it's just a farm fest, right? Limp is just going to shove the lane out with Score Shirt. Lina's just going to hit him a few times. He's going to get a little bit low, but I don't expect Limp to die at all. Then once he gets that Frost Armor creep, it's going to be so hard for Lina to even push him out of the lane. So I don't really expect a whole lot happening in the mid lane. My main focus is probably going to be either on top or bottom. We've got the Nature's Prophet plus the Clockwork against this Phoenix Lifestealer. There's going to be a lot of HP loss from both cores.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty messy in these side lanes here as 33 is taking a ton of damage. It's a double slow coming out from Alliance with the Enchant and the Spectral Dagger, which just causes 33 to soak up so much damage as he runs away so damn slowly.
Typically, Viper likes to play with a melee support in his lane, but this game he's going to have to deal with having a Mirana, which kind of sucks for him because he doesn't really have that protection available that can zone out the enemy 5. So in this, instantly having to TP to the tier 1 Milan there. It's not yet level 2, so taking full advantage of that and just going on him.
Yeah, recognizing that he just wouldn't have the ability to get away and just doesn't want to risk anything, doesn't want to risk not getting his level 2 and then having to walk back to base as FNG fails to stack there, unfortunately. I think that's what he was trying to do anyways, or maybe he was just trying to stop Milan from pulling across. But yeah, you know, the panel was saying how Mirana didn't have a setup this game, how there was nothing to... Oh, Lina getting pretty low mid, but I mean, that's just Doom Lina things. They don't really care about each other because neither can really finish the other off if they do get low. Maybe Lina can drop an RSA, but seems unlikely. But yeah, I mean, they're underestimating Milana, you know. Milana, it's this guy doesn't need setups. He lands naked arrows every day. It's just how he do. Everyone else, you need the setup. Mirana, Milan, it's fine. He'll just land them naked.
Well, he hasn't been able to land any arrows as of yet, though, onto those creeps. And this is how you're supposed to play this lane. I've been saying this multiple times. Like, Mirana is not a real counter to Ench. Maybe you can put a little bit of pressure. You know, the Ench has a micro a little bit more. But those creeps are very, very fast. Difficult to actually... Oh, FNG just running into the Viper.
Some damage. There's that. See, there you go. Proven
Free kill.
No, just using the arrows a little bit of an extra bit of damage there to finish the job onto FNG, and that's going to be his first blood.
Very awkward there from FNG. I guess he didn't notice the Viper was right next to the Mirana. Ran in, gave away first blood. That's going to help quite a bit in this bottom lane.
Yeah, the moment those slows start coming through, there's not really a whole lot you can do there on the Enchantress, because you can't TP away, because an arrow will just come and catch you, so that's the big threat. Meanwhile, top lane, a bit of harassment coming through onto Hanskin, he's just going to TP himself away as well. Says, alright, I'm going back to the tower, see you later. Again, a lane of slows between the Lifestealer and the Phoenix. Milan in some trouble down at bottom here, but they do get the kill onto Nico, baby, as the right clicks come through. Milan has to get herself back, leaping through the trees with that salve coming. FNG will be unable to finish the job. Looks like...
FNG is looking like he's okay. Alright, the creeps are following the Viper, so he was able to just use that vision of the creeps and juke out 33 over here. Spectre also dying now in this bottom lane, so a huge win for mudgolems so far in this bottom lane. Top skitter getting gone on. Body blocks.
Life Stealer. Oh, he does manage to make his way through those creeps and get himself away. And now the salve will come through from Fada the Life Stealer, barely surviving that one, but Skitter getting very, very close to falling into up in top. A lot of pressure coming down from both sides in this safe laners again. Well, there it comes out at bottom as they try to drop the Spectre here. They're throwing a lot onto Nico Baby. Can they finish the job? Looks like they will be able to do so, but 33 getting loads of charges at the same time, and she finds the impetus to finish the job, brings down the Viper. So FNG does find some kind of trade, but nevertheless, Spectre going down as a headline here.
And guess what, Nomad? That Spectre does not have a teleport scroll. Still 30 seconds on cooldown. You know what that means. The walk of shame back to bottom lane. Are they gonna buy him a smoke? No, they are not. So this Spectre is gonna be extremely underleveled in this game. Not being able to TP back, dying twice already. It's very confusing to me how they just pick Spectre before seeing mudgolems position 3 and just giving 33 the chance to play like the perfect Viper game here.
Yeah.
Getting that Spectre countered out right away. Lane is horrible for them right now. Hanskin mid, gonna dive the Lina.
Oh,
they got the Doom available too.
As the Doom comes down, Hanskin on top of it as well. Fada gonna TP across, try and help him out, but it's not gonna be enough. The Lina is still dying here. The arrow does connect onto the clockwork, but I mean, Limp is just kind of strutting forward. He doesn't care. Maybe he should though, as Milan jumps through. Has got a Star Storm, but doesn't really want to just use it on a Doom, because this guy's just way too tanky to drop here, so he's gonna be absolutely fine. And it's actually Fada who has to back himself away as well. All pretty awkward here in the middle lane, as they will lose their Lina regardless, despite the rotations in. This might free up these side lanes a little bit.
Yeah, that Doom had a Fairy Fire, raindrops. He was not afraid of dying to anything. Just a nice rotation there from the Clockwork. Understanding the Dooms is level 6. They had a Catapult going into the mid wave too. Top lane S4. Laguna Blade.
Down he goes. Yep, first use of Laguna Blade from Boromir. He dies, just uses the TP to come back to a different lane, catch him off by surprise, and get himself a kill into the Nature's Prophet. Nicely done from Boromir.
Yeah. We see this a lot where the support goes mid, and then the mid laner will just rotate to either top or bottom, using a TP or walking there. Just getting a kill onto one of the offlaners or the carry. Bottom is a little bit more awkward for Lina to just TP to. It's a lot better if she would just walk down there. So it's such a natural TP top, easy kill onto the NP.
Yeah.
They're bringing 3 heroes bottom now. They feel the pressure from this Viper. And Nico Baby is only level 5, like level 5 flat. He is not close to level 6 yet, 7 minutes into the game, so can't even haunt, make a play onto anybody else on this map at the moment. Things are looking really bad for him.
Yeah, Nico has not had the start he was looking for this game, that's for sure. Of course, Milan just going to be in the neighborhood, watching him farm. Has an arrow available if he wants to take one of his creeps here also. Jumps in, drops a Star Storm, takes smooth small creeps, and gets a ton of damage out onto Nico. Can he land the arrow here as he jumps to the other side of the fountain? Sorry, the tree line, and then TPs himself away. Okay, interesting plays there from Milan. I'm not sure that leap was intentional, or if he was trying to find an arrow onto point-blank arrow onto Nico, but realizing that Nico Baby was too far away and he wouldn't be able to just throw out that arrow willy-nilly.
Yeah, I don't think he really saw the Enchantress either, so when the Enchantress started hitting him, he's like, oh, okay, never mind, this is not happening anymore. Boromir mid, gonna get chased down by Doom and Clockwork here.
Second Doom comes out there again.
And
yeah, Boromir is just gonna get dropped very quickly indeed. Meanwhile, they'll look for a bit of retribution onto Hanskin here, but I don't think they have it as they make the rotations in. 3 heroes from Mudgolems rotating in towards this middle lane, and they don't save the Lina.
That's both of the cores too. That's an insane amount of space that Alliance just created by getting the Lifestealer and the Viper to TP in middle.
Really is. Yeah, really is. So once more, the side lanes opened up again for Alliance as S4's allowed to just do his thing. Spectre, well, she's in the jungle now, doesn't really want to... Oh, this is interesting, actually. Nico Baby is actually being helped by FNG to jungle. FNG is using the Satyr Tormentor just to give him the health regen aura and to kind of tank the creeps for him a little bit as well. Very interesting.
Yeah. Top lane, S4, boom.
Ooh. Okay.
Boromir again. See, it's the same pattern. As soon as he's alive, he's going to TP somewhere. He's going to try to make a quick kill. And S4 has fallen victim to this play twice already. So even though Boromir is dying, he is making something out of it once he's alive. He's about 400 gold away from Boots of Travels. And then it's going to be much more difficult to kill.
Milan using the Moonlight Shadow to come forward here. FNG places down the sentry, sees exactly what's going on. Milan, though, he's hungry, but he's hungry for a creep, which he won't get. Just zoning out, continuing to put pressure onto Nico, causing him not to be able to farm on low HP. Just knowing that a threat is there, forced him back into the fountain, and again, just slowing him down more and more and more, and he is the weakest core right now on the Spectre, which is not what you want to see. Limp, meanwhile, he's balling out of control this game. I mean, of course, has a Devour, but also a couple of kills on the Boromir, helping out a lot. This Doom's going to be heading towards this BKB at a very, very scary rate.
And not only is he struggling a bit, he went for the Basilius plus a Wraith Band here, so he's going to be very late to that Blade Mail as well.
Yeah, why is this? I mean, is this build just a kind of budget jungling build, or what?
It's just a little bit of extra mana regen and just using it for the lane. I think he didn't expect his lane to go this bad, so that's why he's like kind of struggling right now. I would still think going for the Blade Mail first would have been way better. Top lane Skitter
lane,
did
the Doom comes down.
get his rage out first.
Although, yeah, the team is not here to follow up, and mudgolem's going to TP in the defensives, make sure they can make something happen. And their Limp just pops out drums and starts running at Fada. He's so damn fast with his phase boots, drums, plus Scorched Earth. That Fada is just scared away. But Skitter
bottom lane.
Health back. Gonna heal up through him. Meanwhile, yeah, Boromir's gonna go down in the bottom lane. 33 is gonna be the next target as well. They've got those trees out onto him, and the Viper is indeed going to drop here. Meanwhile, in the top side, the Doom was able to get himself away, back towards mid, so all is well there as well. So it's going to be Viper and Lina dead, as well as a Clockwork for Alliance. Pretty damn good for Alliance, though, as they continue to put on the pressure.
Oh, that was so good. Yeah, they make the play top where they use the Doom onto a Light Stealer, force some TPs there, and then they instantly make a play bottom with the Clockwork, where S4's Nature's Prophet could easily TP to, right? And then they were just outnumbered right after that. And they get the position 2, the position 3, and the tower now. Nico baby, this is exactly what he needed. Gets the last hit on the tower too. Gonna have his Blade Mail up in about 120 gold.
Alright.
And then we're gonna see him starting to farm Ancients. Yep. This is where Spectre wants to be, right? Like, you get that Blade Mail right away so you can start farming Ancients. The sooner you can farm it, the quicker you're gonna get your levels too. Limp and S4 are just applying so much pressure onto this map.
Ooh, hookshot from Hanskin actually misses, but he's going to be able to walk in and get Boromir in the cogs regardless. But Supernova comes down. They want to try and fight this one on mudgolems, but I'm not sure it's going to work out too well. They just turn around, kill the egg instantly. Skitter diving in here to get the kill onto FNG. Will do so, but immediately gets taken down by these 4 heroes. I don't know what they're doing here. Milan walks in some trouble. 33 shows up, tries to kill off S4. S4 just hastes up to the high ground, tries to TP away. Not going to happen. Another kill gained by the side of mudgolems, but are they going to lose 33? A buyback comes out from Sparta to make sure 33 will not be going down here. Mudgolems will keep their heroes alive. A very interesting trade there from Mudgolems, but I guess they do keep their tier 1 tower at mid alive.
Yeah, definitely not worth it for them though. The Lina died, the Phoenix egg was popped instantly with all those heroes there. Lightstealer, he tried to rage it into Mirana, but couldn't get there in time. Also dying. Nico baby got plenty of experience and gold from that too. Alliance are going to be very, very happy with that, even though they don't get the mid tower. And now Doom is back up again. They're now stopping. I love this from Alliance right now. Like, Limp, he's out for blood this game.
Yeah, this is very high tempo. Let's see what they can do here as they look in towards Skitter.
Skitter
Hookshot comes in, Doom to follow up as well. No rage for you, sir. He's being bounced around all over the place, completely controlled. A lovely engagement from Alliance, buttery smooth. That's what you like to see on a Saturday morning.
Skitter is just like, I accept my fate. That's it. Like, I accept my fate. Like, he's just standing there. He's not gonna move. Just a clean kill. Hookshot, Doom, Cogs, and Mudgolems. I wonder if they're even thinking about making any plays right now while that spell's on cooldown. Haunt's on cooldown for a little bit longer too. Maybe they'll just go mid, try to hit this tower a little bit, see what Alliance will do, how they will react. Hanskin?
Okay, that's an awkward yeah, LSA comes to... Okay. Viper Strike and Laguna Blade thrown into that Clockwork. Mudgolems, they want to send a message. Make an example of them.
Yeah, this is why you don't walk down the river into the mid lane.
It's very
They are
dangerous. Meanwhile,
positioning for
S4
Hanskin.
seen up in the top lane here. He's got that TP, but Milan is ready to throw in the arrow, so really no way for him to escape here. As S4 will get chased down by the side of Mudgolems. Another hero killed off.
It's good. They know that the Doom's on cooldown and the Haunt. Mid tower, Skitter's trying to protect this as much as he could. He does have an Infest available. He can get into the creep and just walk away. And they're going to glyph the mid tower too. That's going to get denied for sure. So one really good thing for Mudgolems right now in this game is that they have 2 Boots of Travels on the Lina and the Viper. So they can pretty much show up anywhere at any fight. The only issue they have is that they don't have like a lot of setup stuns available on their side. They gotta hope for like an arrow to hit or something first before they can TP in.
Yeah, and you know, jokes out of the way, it is very hard to land an arrow if you don't have any kind of setup, which is why we're expecting, I mean, either one of these guys to go for a Yules for this game, but Milana started
Yeah,
off
Yules
with the
would be
Veil.
nice. 33 also didn't
never
go
mind.
for the Atos. He's going for the BKB. Yeah.
Oh. Dang, I would
He
have
bought the casual crown and then adjusted his item build.
Yeah. Nico just kind of continuing to farm, trying to catch back up in this game. And to be fair, has done a very, very good job of it. I mean, with the 2 kills onto Skitter, Nico Baby's actually overtaken him on net worth by a fair amount.
Yeah. And there's also stacks starting to be made in the Ancients for Nico Baby. So I can just pop that Blade Mail, farm it up. Look how quick this is. So nice. To be a
Rather
Spectre these
lovely.
days.
It is indeed, yeah. Your dispersion with 4 points, with the blade mail passive as well, creeps just die. You just have such a nice time farming through the jungle.
Just farm like 3 Ancients. He's getting very close to overtaking the Lina.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Lina has a 4-staff, so this is something Lina doesn't like to buy.
No.
A 4-staff. But the fact that there's a clockwork on the side of Alliance is actually forcing him to go for this route.
And the Sprout.
Yeah, he has a Quelling Blade for the Sprout at least, so...
Okay. So yeah.
That's
Blade
at least
for
a
one,
solution to
forced
that.
off on the other, hookshot comes through onto Lifestealer. Oh, we've seen this movie before as he gets doomed up for a
Yup.
second time. Exact same way as the first time, and it is just beautiful to watch. Even the second time over, just as good as the first. Skitter gets caught out once again, and that is your Lifestealer dead for 30 seconds. But again, you know, just losing his gold, losing his life 3 times in a row now. This Lifestealer has been brought down by the side of Alliance. They're just punishing him for daring to exist as the arrow comes in, does unfortunately miss onto FNG, and now Milan has kind of leaped himself into an awkward situation, but they are still going to be able to get the kill.
Oh,
Oh, they're
miss
not.
uphill.
The uphill miss. Hanskin gets away. The trees come out onto Fada here, but Fada really doesn't care. He breaks them down with an LSA perhaps as they get themselves out. All is well.
And now Lifestealer, he's alive. He's going top first, gonna clean up a wave, I think, and then they're gonna try to make a play happen while that Doom is on cooldown. If they don't start doing something on the side of Mudgolems, like at least open up this mid tower, they're just gonna keep feeding away kills non-stop in this game. The game's not gonna get easier for Mudgolems if they play at this rate.
Yeah, and with Doom on cooldown, it feels like the best time to go, but then again, you're still fighting into Horn, you're still fighting into Hookshot. It's not that easy side of Mudgolems, but they need to find something, because this game is kind of starting to spiral out of control for them. The Spectre just gets bigger and bigger, and this Doom is already massive. He's got his BKB finished up.
They got 4 Quelling Blades on Mudgolems just for the Sprout in this game. Oh, S4 also has an Orchid finished up now. That's a pretty big item. BKB complete on Doom 2. Milan, oh, he's dead.
Okay.
337 damage with that haste. Okay, yep. Position 5 overtaking Mudgolem's position 4. That's never a good sign as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much a solo kill by the Enchantress, by the way. 320 damage dealt by the Nature's Wrath. But everything else, 781 damage dealt by the Impetuses alone, pretty much. Don't want to mess with that. Skitter again,
Fada.
sees the Doom.
Oh, no stuns? Okay. Oh,
Ooh,
there's the stun.
God.
The clumsy net.
Clutch
Coming
it.
in clutch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that 33 is not going for an Atos. Like, they need something to be able to open up the fight. And going for this BKB, I understand you want to stay alive, and he's going to be more of a core with this build. But they're still not going to be able to catch anyone. The clumsy net is like a blessing for Mudgolems right now. Like a big blessing.
I mean, maybe that's part of the reason why 33 is not going for the Atos.
Well, he didn't know he was gonna
Yeah.
get clumsy net until like what, a minute ago, so
True.
can't really play off that.
Yeah, very awkward game for mudgolems. It does feel like their hands are tired after this kind of rough early start. I mean, to be fair, like the early start wasn't even that bad. There's, you know, about 10 minutes, the game was equal. In fact, this Spectre was having a pretty bad time, but mudgolems just did nothing with their advantage, and now we're in this sticky situation where Alliance are really just starting to roll over them. They need to find some momentum.
Right, and the reason for that is they don't really have this like guy who just like, okay, I go in, I stun this guy, we just throw our spells at him, and then he's dead, and now we can take the tower, right?
Yeah.
That's what the problem with mudgolems like. How they're playing right now is very reactionary to everything Alliance is doing, and Alliance are making plays extremely fast, like hookshot, Doom, Cogs, NP ulti, that hero's just dead, and then they back off instantly, not giving any chance for mudgolems to fight back. So unless they completely bait one hero and predict Alliance's movements, they're not going to be able to get any engagements right now until they farm these items that allow them to catch people.
Yeah, that's true. But Skidder, interestingly, is going for the BKB next, so our guy wants that magic resistance. I mean, is this a good
Interesting.
idea?
Radiant are scanning.
Ah, it's always rough when you have to buy BKB on your lifestealer, but if he feels like he needs it, then
I don't know what
The
he's buying
Orchid
it
is
for.
probably
They
like a
pop the
big
BKB now on
problem.
33. He's going to turn around, try and jump onto Handskin, throws a bit of damage down, but FNG and Limp are just taking chunks out of him. They're going to be able to take down the Viper regardless, even with that BKB. It doesn't make a difference, but they will lose Handskin in response. Milan leaping into this one, leap back out, but unfortunately, Impotence is going to kill him off. And now Skinner and Boronia, they just need to leave. They will be able to get themselves out. But still, I mean, two big heroes dropped on the side of mudgolems, and all they get is a clockwork for it.
huge silence from S4's Orchid onto the Lina right before the Laguna comes out and kills Limp. Maybe if Limp actually died there, it could have been a worth trade for mudgolems, and they could have done something with that, but all they lose is just a clockwork for these two heroes, and more map advantage going the way of Alliance right now.
Yeah.
This Spectre is getting bigger and bigger. She's just been able to farm in that Ancients area for about 9 minutes now. No pressure coming out from mudgolems at all anywhere in this game. Lina going for a Bloodstone, still not a setup item. Who is going for the setup in this game? Like, they're gonna keep struggling until they have something. Mirana also went for Veil, not a straight Yules or anything.
No, that's something I was going to mention as well. Like, both the supports are nowhere near, and, you know, the Phoenix is going for a 4-staff, of course, because you're playing into a clock and a Nature's Prophet. I'm just very confused by these item builds.
Oh,
in the
Spectre.
back line, Spectre being jumped by 33, but this isn't really going too well for the 33 Meister here, as he's going to run back to the safety of his teammates. Boronia is here, but unfortunately,
BKB's running
don't know how
out.
much safe these guys really are. They're chasing on the side of Alliance. Do they have the catch is a question. Another dagger available in 1 second, and they will be able to land onto 33, along with a flare coming through. It's a lot of damage onto this Viper. The 4-staff
staff.
away, going to try and help him
Skidder
out. Meanwhile,
heal.
Supernova in the backline, stop FNG just soloing the Phoenix. It is a sad state of affairs for the side of mudgolems, and Spider backs himself away.
That was a level 2 Supernova as well that he had to use because FNG was pressuring him. And you can see even the position 5 here on Alliance having so much impact in this game right now. So looking back like on the draft, right? The mudgolems had Viper, Mirana, Lifestealer, and Lina, and then they decided to last pick a Phoenix. I can't help but feel like they had to realize they needed someone who just had like a very basic initiation tool, like even like an Ogre Magi, right? Someone who's strong in laning, can just provide like a basic stun so you can try to fight early game, open up the map that way.
Yeah.
But this Phoenix just doesn't seem to be working out so far. I get the idea. You got the Sunray, which is really good against Spectre. They don't really have a way to kill the egg either. Maybe they were thinking way too much about the mid and the late game that they kind of forgot the early game, and taking these objectives is a very important part of the game right now.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, it hasn't worked out that way. Mudgolems are just so far behind, and they don't have the tools to come back into it. That's my big concern. And I'm still so confused about this BKB Lifestealer. Like, I like the item on Lifestealer in certain games, but this game I cannot figure it out. Like, what does he need it for?
Yeah,
Milan
he's
dying again.
up against he's up against the Doom, so he maybe wants to pop the BKB before the Doom comes out, or against the Nature's Prophet, who can like kind of surprise Orchid him and kill him. In that sense, like Manta, yeah, Orchid answer, and I mean like you could use Manta, but maybe BKB would just be a little bit better fighting into the Doom and the clock and stuff.
Okie dokie. Well, I will accept it as Alliance push in on this tier 2 tower up in the top lane, and through the backdoor protection, they're struggling to bring it down, but the creeps will come over, bring down that protection, allow them to kill off this tier 2 as Nico Baby claims it, quickly becoming the richest hero in the game along with Limp here on this Doom, who's just found up
Limp.
Storm, racking around with a Shiva's Guard. My goodness.
Yeah, that's enormous. Not going for the blink, going for that super tanky build. He has 0 kills, by the way. He has 10 assists. It feels like he's been in every fight, but his teammates have been lasting these kills, and he still managed to farm so much. I love it when Dooms get Shivas. It just feels
0-0-10
so
Doom.
strong. Yeah,
What a hero.
that's okay. He gets plenty of gold from Devour. Essentially unkillable now.
Radiant's courier.
Such a beast.
Yeah, the more you mention it, I can't help but feel like a Manta would have been a better choice for the Lycider too. Maybe
Yeah, I
fighting
don't-
into the Spectre.
I
so
don't
the
want to keep bringing
Desolate
it up,
doesn't
but
do
I'm
much.
just so confused.
Yeah.
Anyway, let us
Alright.
move on. We'll see how it works out. I mean, he's got it now. This could catch Alliance off guard. Whatever plan they have might just be completely put to rest as a nice arrow to engage upon the Doom here. They have to try and bring him down. BKB pop from Skidder, but also pop from Limp to try and get himself away. Shiva's Guard also being used. Meanwhile, the Horn comes down. Skidder looking for a target. He's already used the Rage inside the BKB, in fact, so he's got to back himself away and infest into Boromir. And now the hook shot comes
shot.
through. Lina in some trouble. Boromir forced off and away.
egg.
But that does a lot of damage. They need to save the egg. Stick Manta dodge from Nico. It's going to be enough to bring down that egg. They kill it off. But Nico, with his Aegis, he's not really too afraid of coming too close here. As Skidder turns around, looking onto FNG. FNG should be an easy kill at the very least. They bring him down, but now the Doom comes down.
Oh, they got
that
the Doom.
life stealer. However, there's no real follow-up from the side of Alliance. This could be a little bit awkward as Limp's actually running away
Buyback.
from the life stealer. The buyback from Fada as well, forcing back Alliance, but they are going to be more than happy with this one. Despite their Doom not really doing much, they get themselves 2 kills and they get a buyback from the Phoenix.
S4.
Yeah, that's 4 dies here. This could be completely different.
Boromir, see them. Oh, nice silence.
Silence, TP. Oh, the
that was
clumsy.
really
It's
nice.
not off cooldown. It's not off cooldown.
Okay. So he used the vision of the Sprout to silence the Lina and then TP out there.
Oh,
That was
beautiful.
really nice from S4 to get away. So yeah, that was a very awkward Doom because he didn't have a BKB. Spectre was really low. Didn't really want to go in and use that Aegis right there in that positioning. Maybe would have gave mudgolems enough time to surround her and kill her again. So at least they get the buyback from the Phoenix. So
Yeah.
that's still a win for Alliance. And they're just going to wait it out for the next Doom in 90 seconds. And that's going to be paired up with the Blink Daggers. And they're going to have another form of initiation on the side of Alliance.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Aegis will have run out by that point, but I don't think that matters too much. I mean, Nico Baby's not really
Yeah.
dying anyway.
Exactly. I mean, this first Aegis is not that relevant apart from just controlling up the map. They did take a tier 2 tower. Outpost in 2 minutes. They can try to steal that on the top side. Mud Golems, they haven't even taken the mid tower yet. It's still up for Alliance. So, although they have these 2 boots of travels, I feel like they haven't been able to utilize them that well because of how restricted their map is
Yeah.
due to these towers still being up.
Okay,
Sounds
Clockwork
good.
seen in
That's
the
a good
river,
kill.
taken down pretty instantly by the side of Mud Golems. It certainly is, yeah. The blade of Alliance has been blunted. Now looking for more Boromir, jumping on forward here. LSA just about lands onto Limp. Arrow to follow up
And
as
the
well.
arrow.
He's completely locked down. Limp is eventually going to go down if they have the damage, which they certainly do. Now the Supernova gets dropped onto FNG and S4 here. They'll try and take down that egg, but unfortunately their lives will be taken. Boromir with the ultra kill. Mud Golems find 4 in the middle lane. They were not ready for that
All right.
Alliance. My goodness.
Yeah, the Clockwork died and Doom still thought he can defend middle, then all of a sudden a 4-staff stun from Lina comes out. That was a surprise. And then the follow-up arrow. I mean, Mud Golems, they have very little tools to lock the opponents down, but they're doing the best they can with what they have.
Very, very tasty from Boromir as they take down this middle 2 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under
I just said that the tier 1 tower is still alive, and like 30 seconds later, both the towers are dead in the middle. The
Yeah.
tier 1 and the tier 2 are gone all of a sudden, and they're going to be the ones taking the bottom outpost. Alliance, as soon as they're alive, they're going to want to get out on the map, smoke up, try to get at least one of these
Hook
outposts.
shot through
Maybe
from Hanskin.
oh,
He's on top of the Phoenix right now. Phoenix trying to get himself away, but Sansa's coming out
Silence.
onto him. He needs to find a way out of this one, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Down goes the Phoenix.
Alright, here we
45
go.
seconds on the sideline. Milan TPs himself away.
not 45 seconds, 70 seconds.
Sorry, 75
The
seconds.
Phoenix is
yeah.
Exactly, and now they're gonna smoke up from bottom all the way to top, or just walk all the way to top, try to control the other outpost too. It's gonna be a big swing in experience if they can manage to do that. They have the Doom available, the Haunt available. I think it's go time for Alliance. It's 4v5 as well.
Maybe right. Mudgolems, they need to avoid an engagement here. They cannot afford to fight
Alright,
without
they
their
don't have-
Phoenix.
They don't have so much vision up there. It looks like there wasn't any smokes available on the clock, only the Ench had it, so they weren't able to pop it and run all the way top right away. They at least get 4 bounties though. That's still very big. 30 minutes, 4 bounties. That's 100 gold each bounty.
Really nice to get that influx of gold for your team. Oh, but with that kill, we have the first a new net worth leader for the first time as Bo3 gets the ultra kill and puts himself into the top spot off net worth. Pretty nice.
I'm becoming a big fan of this Bloodstone these days. One really underestimated factor of the Bloodstone is that it actually provides magic resistance. And that's something that was in the last patch
Radiant are
that they added on, where Soul Booster gives you 10% magic resist. So it makes you very, very tanky. Lets you scale really well and stay on the map much, much longer.
Smoking up around each other, but they do find someone.
Oh,
S4 is the
S4.
target, but he manages to get off the BKB in time. He's actually turning around to Mirana, and with that enchanted quiver, does a lot of damage onto Mirana, but Milan's going to be okay. Just a bit of threat. Nice, quick BKB reaction. Save that Prophet's life.
Oh,
Milan
Milan
gets in the
is
pit.
a bit of an
FNG's
awkward
picking
place,
it out.
though.
They see him here. He's like, oh dear, the jig is up. Lana leaps away, and that impetus is not going to hit because the Yules comes out from Milan in time. Milan is actually going to survive that one as the lifesteal is going to heal him up to full.
All right, Milan doesn't have to go back to base at least. Can stay on the map and throw arrows into a Roshan pit. Oh, wow, that's a max Rosh. That was a 3-minute Rosh.
Ooh, okay, all right. He's feeling shy today.
Jeez, that Alliance are not going to be happy about that, because this is going to give a chance for Mud Golems to farm up, get to their next items, where Alliance are sort of just ready to take this Roshan right now, especially with the map control that they have at the moment.
Limp, seen at mid. Milan tries to set up with the Yules, but unfortunately there are too many creeps in the way to land the arrow.
Nico Baby has a BKB now, so Viper not going to be that hard counter to the spec, while that BKB is still available for spec.
Yeah, that's
No
gotta
more
be annoying.
breaks for you.
But
And
Viper went for the
33
X as well. That's interesting.
Yeah, I like this item on Viper. Every time you see the Spectre, you can just plop that onto him, and then he's just forced to click the BKB right away, and then it's going to be back up again. It's like a 10-second cooldown. So as soon as that BKB goes down, you throw another one out, and then the Nanotoxin at the top of the spec, break both of his passives. Other option is like a Doom. You can always ulti the Doom, because these are heroes that need to go into the fight.
Yeah, none of them really have that kind of in-fight mobility. It's just increased movement speed, so that's when the Viper Strike finds its value. There's no blinks, there's no... I mean, there is a blink on the Doom, but there's no blink abilities as such as they look
Top
forward
lane,
onto
Skitter.
Skitter here. He does pop the Rage in time, though. Immediately comes in towards S4, infests inside his own Treant, and runs himself back. Mud Golems, they will keep their Lifestealer alive right now. Now, are they looking to maybe try and find a fight here? Because no one wants to give up ground when you're fighting around this Roche pit, but it is Alliance who will back themselves away.
Well, ever since Skitter bought that BKB, he has stopped dying, and Alliance have stopped trying to go on him too. So, guess it's worked out for him,
Yeah, I
this
guess so.
BKB purchase, at least to keep himself alive and constantly staying on the map, pushing aggressively too.
Do you feel like Skitter has been doing enough in these team fights so far?
Yeah, he's actually been the first one going in, you know, open wounding heroes, maybe setting up his team to be able to stun them and such. So he's got an AC now too.
Yeah,
That's going to
a
help a
nice
lot
item.
for his team.
Oh, S4, he couldn't
S4.
resist the arcane rune there. We'll jump onto him right now, but the Doom comes down the backlines, throwing it onto the Viper straight away as the Supernova comes in. Bornea trying to stop them, but they've all got BKB. He's
got
going to
it.
be able to take down the Supernova easily. Now moving across towards the Viper as well. He is going to die. Skidder with that BKB, infesting inside the creep, trying to get away, but they are pinging out that creep desperately here as Bornea is going to be the new target. Blink on top. Infernal Blade comes down, but Lena runs herself out. Meanwhile, Skidder will be able to... No, never mind. Won't be able to do anything. Skidder and Bornea both dead. The calls are out. Milan on the run as well, but they might not be done here as the TP comes into the base. Nah, he's not going to do that. S4 just needs to focus on the push. 4 heroes dead on the side of Mudgolems, so as Alliance, they just take an easy fight here in the middle lane. 4 heroes dead, and they're not even interested in Roshan. They are going down the middle lane. They want to force some buybacks or get themselves a barracks.
That was such a good counter initiation coming out from Alliance. The perfect Doom target onto the Viper. Normally you would think it's Lina or Lifestealer, but actually that Viper is doing so much in the fights with the Nether Toxin and the Viper Strike. So the moment he's doomed, Mudgolems try to run away, but they just get chased down by the Clock, the Spectre. And they just lose 4 heroes just like that. I think Mirana was the only one who managed to live through that engagement.
Straight off the bat.
Roshan,
Yeah,
it's up.
S4.
3 minutes.
He is straight
25
in there.
seconds on both the other 2 cores. This is a 100% dead rush. Mudgolems are not going to be able to contest this.
In they go. S4, Nico Baby and Limb inside the pit, taking down that Roshan, grabbing that Aegis. I'm guessing this belongs to Nico Baby, this Aegis.
Yeah. You can just plop onto the front lines, not care about anything. Has an Abyssal Blade queued up now.
17k gold advantage at the 36-minute mark. Alliance, they are very much in control. They've got the Spectre,
That
they've
was-
got the Doom.
14k gold after that last fight. I think they were only up like 3k, right? Before that last engagement. So they get 4 kills, the mid-racks and the Roshan, and instantly 14k gold into Alliance pockets. All their heroes have pretty much finished another set of items. Like Doom has an Octarine core. Wow. And as for AC, Spectre finished Abyssal Blade. Enchantress has 900 gold to Aghanim's.
Wow. Okay. Gonna see some Sprinks. I don't think I've seen this Axe yet. Is it actually any good?
Yeah. It's okay. I've seen it a few times by some of the players. It's kind of like a 4-staff, so
Interesting.
you can just
Okay.
use that to get away from your opponent too.
Yeah. Well, I am most intrigued to see it in action from FNG here. As Mudgolems really having that noose tightened around their neck here. They're inside their base. They are scared. One more fight left in them, I would guess. One final try. Can they repel the Force of Alliance? And they might be the ones to make the aggression here as they move in to the trees. Trying to go undetected through the flare. They might not be ready for this one. Arrow comes down. It lands onto
Zero.
S4. A beautiful naked arrow from Milan here. Can they finish the job, though? They will be able to bring down that Nature's Prophet. No, he won't. Chase
egg.
comes out. BKB as well. Meanwhile, the egg on the back line is going to get taken down by Nico Baby, and Lim doesn't stand a chance. The Doom's out onto the Viper once again as he's going to get his potatoes mashed in the middle of the fight. Skinner trying to take down Hanskin. Hanskin, though, he is just too tanky. In fact, Skinner has to run himself away, but with that BKB running out, now popping the Rage instead. But Milan has done the back lines. It's only him and Bornea left. Bornea is out, but Skinner might not be so in the same position here as he's going to get taken down by the side of Alliance. 4 heroes dead on the side of Mudgolems. Alliance, I think they've just won this game.
Yeah. Again, the
There it is.
perfect Doom onto the Viper. Limp, he saw all the possible targets. He ignored all of them, went straight for that Viper with the Doom. That made the Spectre have such an easy team fighting capabilities. Jumped onto the egg, killed that off first. There's nothing Mudgolems could do in this game. It just felt like the first 20 minutes, they just farming creeps, right? No one's going for Atos, no one's going for Yules. They don't have this setup that can allow them to pressure Alliance. So the game was just in Alliance's favor. And the moment the Spectre caught back up, got her items, it was just impossible for Mudgolems to fight at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Nico Baby, fantastic turnaround here as well from him, dying twice in the lane. We've seen other players, in fact, we saw Skidder's Void. He had that same thing where he died twice in the lane and couldn't TP back in a different series. and his game was just over from that point onwards. But Nico Baby knew exactly what to do to get himself back into the game. Alliance played around him very well as well, putting pressure elsewhere on the map to take the pressure off Nico Baby, give him a bit of freedom in the jungle, allow him to come back in to this first game here. And yeah, magnificent turnaround. Limp, great performance on the Doom, managed even to grab himself 3 kills at the end, so going from 0-0-10 to 3-1-15 at the end. So quite an entertaining journey from him. But all around, a really nice game from Alliance here, utilizing their draft very well, putting the pressure onto mudgolems, and mudgolems could not withstand this, and they are going to crumble here in the first game. Can they come back is a question on my mind, and it will be answered after a break and after some panel breakdown. But of course, we do have that break to come first, so stay tuned for more Epic League action, as we'll see you very soon.
EGB, your esports betting
game number 1 between Alliance and Mudgolems, and Lizard, I kind of am starting to see why you had so many doubts about the Viper versus Slardar, trade-off in that last pick, or second to last pick for Mudgolems, because boy, it really seemed like they were struggling to start some fights.
It's something I think that every single drafter gets drawn into, gets baited into. It's like this draft in which you're overthinking how to counter a hero that's a little bit too broken at the moment, such as Spectre right now. You're overthinking it. And because of putting all those eggs in one basket, which will counter the Spectre, you forget to check all those boxes that you need for your own team. So you end up with a lineup that has absolutely no way of starting fights, while the enemy team does. And then you're always on your left foot. You're always struggling to start fights, and instead you're being initiated on. And that Lifestealer, that hero, unless you go for Battle Fury, but even with Battle Fury, in its essence is an aggressive hero. You need to start fights early on. You need to take enemy map. You need to take control. But he couldn't, because he was always the one initiated on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
tough. I mean, their only form of initiation was pretty much arrow, and man, Milan landed some nice arrows, but it was not enough. There was no follow up in the mid game fights. Once they had the 3 BKBs up, they had no counters to that. They had no abilities that pierces through magic immunity besides Viper Strike, and it's not enough. Like, it's not that's gonna stop Nature's Prophet from deeping out or Spectre once she got her BKB. It's really tough for Mud Golems. Like, it's tough to play Dota where you can only counter react to what the enemy is doing and you can't make any aggressive moves. And I think Alliance had a good read who they need to shut down at the early stages of the game. Like, they focused Barania so much. Like, even though Barania managed to recover, but still, every single time Doom was up, that's a kill. Like, there was no counterplay, there's no heals early on because, Phoenix is still not getting a lot of levels. It's a position 5 Phoenix, and they understood we need to kill this Lina because she's pretty much the threat.
Yeah, it felt like there were a couple of heroes who just didn't like being the hero that they were. Viper rushing a BKB as opposed to the Rod, Lifestealer getting a BKB, Lina having to get a Force Staff. It was like itemization to have to shore up a lot of their shortcomings, and that's never a position that you want to be in. And yet, even then, Mudgolem still took like a handful of fights, like off of a Lina Force Staff into LSA, or actually, Misery does not like LSA, into a Light Strike Array. And so, overall, there were still glimpses of, greatness from Mudgolems, but their draft was just destined for failure, it seems. And
I
now
didn't
we
like
have a new
LSA.
draft.
When we started calling it LSA, it sounds like chemical substance. Like, yeah, I took a lot of LSA. I was having, my headache was gone after that. And, I mean, we call, what do we call with 2 words or just 2 letters when we, BB. I try to make BB happen. It never happened.
Yeah, but what
What,
about
buyback or what?
Invoker's Mana Drain spell? What do you call that?
Mana Drain?
No, Invoker's the spell that Invoker has that drains mana. What do you call it?
EMP.
Yeah, why not Electromagnetic Pulse, huh? Why are we only allowed to use acronyms some of the time?
Leave it to Lacoste, the ex-chemist or whatever, pharmacist, to hit us with these. Yeah, it reminds me of these days when I was unhappy living in the pharmacy all day, that's what's actually triggering him, nothing else. But we'll see another Lina and another Mirana coming from Mud Golems. They opened up a little bit differently, but still some heroes that are really strong and in the meta are left in the pool. You have your Slardar still in that wasn't touched. You have the Snapfire. Well, he was banned, but later on wasn't touched in the early stage. Let's see what the Lions go for. Snapfire as well.
Are they thinking about Doom? It showed as a really good anti-carry hero. Like, Doom in general, one of the reasons why just Arrow plays it from position 4, because you have this BKB piercing ability, you shut down the enemy carry. And we talked about how this patch pretty much is, my carry is stronger than yours, and how to buff up a carry. Doom just takes all of that like with just using one spell on the enemy carry. And Barania tried to itemize. Like I've seen this multiple times when he's playing Lina against the Doom to get the Lincoln Sphere, and it was a good approach. But it's an expensive item, and sometimes you wish you had different items. You're gonna need more damage. Okay, so Void Spirit, they're still limited on the real lockdown once again. Light Strike Array or Arrow is not enough, against the Void Spirit. Pretty hard to execute.
Thank you for saying the full name. I was gonna get very upset otherwise. Alliance are dipping into a lot of heroes that they have not actually touched very much this tournament, so Void Spirit unpicked for them, so I am not 100% sure what role it'll be going into. I would assume it's a limpy kind of hero, but I mean...
I would put it in Limp's hands. This Void Spirit, I think, is probably the best on the mid lane right now for them. If you're thinking about some S4 Void Spirit, I doubt it's singles. Maybe some crazy position 4, but also I don't think that's going to happen. So mid lane, both of these teams opening with, I think mudgolems Lina is a little bit more flexible, as it can be a 5 as well. But when you know mudgolems, and when you saw that game in which it was extremely difficult for him to play, but he still ended with 10-5 score, having one ultra kill within it. I believe we already see our mid laners here.
Spectre gone, banned by mudgolems, so maybe they don't want to pick Viper, They do not want to put themselves in a spot where there's a Spectre and they feel like they need to have it and end up with a similar draft. Slardr's still in the pool. There's also Beastmaster in the pool. These are the types of heroes that I want to see 33 on. Like, I want to see some real initiation coming on from that offlaner instead of just, playing a Viper. I think someone called him a brain dead hero when we had the interview, and he also disagreed about that one.
Viper for them is really great, but whenever they pick it, I want to see any team, whenever you pick a Viper, I want to see a position 4, such as Earth Spirits or Clockwork or Tiny even, so that last game scenario doesn't occur, right? Like, you're kind of stuck. If you have a Mirana or a Lina position 4, we've seen this so many times. Viper is great on offlane. You can pressure with that range.
They banned it. So I think they want to get Tidehunter. This is the offlaner that they want to get, judging by the Viper ban.
Still kind of lacks that instant initiation, though. I mean, as solid as Ravage is, you can generally react to it, especially a hero like Void Spirit, who is incredibly evasive. That, I don't know, you will have a lot of chain disable if a Ravage connects, but still, though, it seems like mudgolems, if they want to look at their last game, that would be the one thing that they want to repair out of it, I think.
The difference is it's a threat. And yeah, you can say the same for Viper, but when you see 3-3 on Viper, you can go on him and you can eliminate him at the beginning of the fight. When you see a Tidehunter hitting your tower or being on your side of the map, you kind of have to think twice. Are you able actually to take him down before he pops that Ravage and before the enemy cavalry arrives and they counterattack you? So it's a little bit different of a playstyle, even though, as you said, Ravage isn't usually enough or fast enough to initiate on a Void Spirit.
Alliance, however, finding a lot of success with their Tiny, so go back to that.
Tiny position 4 has fallen off so much lately. Like, if you're not fighting, if you're just stacking with your position 4, position 5s, Tiny can get the kills. And if it's not a good Tiny matchup, I think teams realize how to play against the hero. Like, just don't give him early kills, don't give him that good timing on a Blink Dagger. And I think for position 4 Tiny, it's very important that you get the good items, like the neutral items. You need to get Mango Tree, Arcane Rune, Faded Brooch. These are the items that Tiny wants to have, so he doesn't have to spend a lot of resources on Clarities and Mangoes.
Mudgolems pick up a Sven. I know you guys may have caught Enigma's game yesterday where Miracle went Blink Dagger Sven. Any chance that the Aghanim Sven has been kind of figured out at all? Or was that just a very game-specific build?
The teams are kind of... Go ahead.
The teams, he's saying one thing. I'll just say mine.
Teams have figured it out, right?
Yeah, teams have figured it out. But yesterday's game was very specific. He needed an item to get in the fight, and he needed to deal with the PA fast enough. And if he went for the normal route, the Aghanims route, like he would just fall off. But teams have figured out. Go, please, Lacoste, tell us about the Aghanims.
I remember one game when Viking. Okay, so they're gonna get the Titan for themselves. I think they actually stole their pick. And yeah, about the Sven Aghanims Blink Dagger, I remember one of the Viking game when they also had no form of initiation because I think they had Bloodseeker as their offlaner. So Sven was also forced to get a Blink Dagger, and teams figured out how to itemize. They getting the Blink Daggers, getting the Lotus Orb. So like you as a Sven need to be very careful when you have Aghanim Scepter. If there's a Blink Dagger, you go for that target, you might end up just diving like tier 4 towers.
And in that game, Kuroki did play an Omni Knight, and I mean, if they were missing instant initiation, then I mean, I'm not making any guarantees. Probably going to still see the Aghanim Scepter because it's very, very popular, but it was a good way to rectify that issue of being able to not fight as early. But for right now, Alliance don't necessarily have their late game carry online quite yet. That'll likely be their last pick. And yeah, like you said, Lacoste, definitely seems like they're stealing this Tidehunter away from Mudgolems.
There's a couple of picks that Alliance still can go for. There's a couple of position ones that work well for them. I actually just today I was watching Elephant versus PSG LGD, and the Sven Omni lost to a Terrorblade. So that's a possibility perhaps for Alliance. Not sure if Nico Baby is as practiced recently on TB, but as a carry player, you should be able to get that TB in. It's an option for them, but this Sven and Omni Knight is still a very scary duel.
It is.
The lane,
there's the spell coming out from Enchantress, coming out from your position 5, which is really nice against the Guardian Angel, against the Warcry. Like, it's super good to have. Also, Mud Golems, they have no real hero that can, just threaten a kill on Tidehunter. Doom is gone. Like, they're not going to pick Faceless Void. Enigma's still in the pool, but I'm looking through the list of the Mud Golems. I don't see 33 playing Enigma lately. Could be the pick, you want to have something to lock down the Tidehunter. There's no BKB piercing abilities on Alliance at the moment, so possibly a pick that Mud Golems could go for.
Play the big ulti game, one big ulti versus another. It could work out for them.
They have a mag as an availability also, and 33 picked that up a handful of times as well earlier this tournament.
We have seen a couple of Magnus Sven combos in which Sven accelerates even faster, but I personally think it's a little bit of an overkill. I think getting something easier on that offlane would be alright, even though Mirana plus Mag is quite a powerful lane. Mirana hits already quite hard, the range is great on her, the attack speed is awesome. With that Empower, that lane becomes obnoxious for an Enchantress to deal with.
You do not want to have Mag and Sven together. He's going to be over farm, and then you feed away one kill, they get 1,000 gold. Like, you need to start thinking about that as well.
Winning too hard is always something you got to be careful about.
I can't win too hard, man. Just got to chill a little bit.
Okay, they ban out Legion. We've seen a couple of last pick Legions yesterday, especially against the Anti-Mage, and we've seen one mid Legion from Viking against the Batrider. Like, this is also the lockdown against the Tidehunter, but they'll go with that Prophet. So I believe that's Omni 5, that Prophet on the offlane, Lina mid, and Mirana position 4.
Yeah, 33 had played a bit of 3-position Death Prophet, and a Silence can go a very long way this game against a Tidehunter and against a Void Spirit. These are heroes that don't really want to have to itemize for silences, and if you can just shut Tidehunter up, you don't even need to worry about trying to kill him before he gets Ravage off.
Again, that Prophet on the offlane isn't really secured by a position 4 that's a brawler type that's going to be in front. And again, what this team is lacking is a form of initiation and starting fights until Sven comes online. Same issues that I see in this draft, or same issues that I saw in the first one. However, at least this time around, their offlane can pressure towers with Omni Knight as...
Whoa!
As a
really
bold Medusa pick.
Okay, so this is Medusa without steroids. You don't have Vengeful Spirit with you. Like, there's no real save for Medusa. Like, the only save they have pretty much is a Tide Hunter. So there's gonna need to be a lot of stacking for this Medusa to, be matched up against the Sven, because Mudgolem's lineup comes online much faster. It's this one's tough. Like, I think both of the teams have really nice lineups.
So why the Medusa? Is it purely just because it's a good anti-Sven hero, or are there other aspects of it that make it good with their draft?
I think they
it's
wanted to
comfort
have
zone as
a
well.
range hero in the lane against the Death Prophet, because they knew it's 33 on the Death Prophet. And yeah, I mean, Medusa in the late game matches up nicely, is a Skadi buyer. I mean, Medusa can become so tanky that, they can't kill her, but I think this one's really 50-50. It's all about the execution.
I swing a little bit towards Mudgolems, I think, with the Omni Knight and Sven coming online and just pressuring Nico Baby before he gets to that late game that we're talking about. They have that Prophet on their side to push these towers in. And if Burania is free to itemize the way he wants to right now, he doesn't have to go for 4-staff, he doesn't have to go for Lincolns. We see that Lina MKB very early on in many pro games, and I think that's where the damage is going to come from. Mudgolem to swing this one in their favor.
Well, Mudgolems surely are very familiar with what they were lacking in the previous draft. It seems like they're feeling confident with this next draft, but sometimes you just get Medusa last pick, and we'll have to see how that all pans out when we check out EGB.com. Do that first, and then click on the banner below, and then listen to our casters, Nomad and 1437.
Smooth as honey, Tsunami. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get into this next game. Mudgolems beaten down in game number 1. Theban, do you think they have a better chance here in game number 2?
Well, it's game number 2, and every series we've casted has gone to 3, so it's like a 99% chance Mudgolems win this game.
Just go by
based off that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no, but for real though, like Mudgolems, they have a way better draft this time around, and I'm not convinced with this Dusa last pick. There's no steroid for this hero, and Mudgolems, they got this super early game tempo lineup with this Omni Sven combo where Sven can just come online right away with that Guardian, Heavenly Grace, and then they also have a DP versus Dusa. This hero is really, really powerful against Dusa with the silence and the slow. The Dusa can't get out of the fight. If you can get the silence before Medusa pops her Stone Gaze, you're pretty much running on top of her with the Exorcism. And there's so many things that allow Mudgolems to collapse onto Alliance. And Alliance, they got this big Ravage, which could be the game-changing or teamfight-changing spell, but it also has a very high cooldown, where Mudgolems, I feel, they can fight even if Exorcism is down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting game, and a game of ultimates, really, because I think this Exorcism is going to be very important. Obviously, God's Strength, always very important, and the Ravage are the big ultimates I'm looking at in this game. And Guessfall's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to try and make some big things happen, because without it, his team are a little bit limited. But I gotta say, I'm not loving the support duo from Mudgolems. I mean, I guess Omni Knight's always good when you've got the Sven, but in terms of what they can do together, once more, you don't have the setup. You know, there's no soft initiation from the side of Mudgolems. You can't just throw someone in here and try and find a pick-off, which is what they struggled from last game. So I'm wondering if they're going to fall into that same trap as they raid the high ground here, but the Avalanche gets thrown out from Hanskin to stop the aggression, and that an introductory smoke will achieve nothing.
Oh, that was a very nice read from Alliance. They're just sitting on the high ground with the boots tiny, breaking the smoke, predicting that the Marana wants to get first blood with the Sven stun. Yeah, you were talking about the initiation. Well, Sven with the Heavenly Grace is a form of initiation for Alliance. For Mudgolems. He can just straight up frontline, not have to worry about dying, got that 50% status assist, extra HP. Then the DP and Lina can just kind of chill behind him, be ready to take any fights. And I think Alliance, with his Enchantress and Tiny, their team fight is not going to be as strong as Mudgolems in the mid game. Tiny is good at like those small skirmishes, but not the best team fighter.
Stern out from the Sven as Hanskin rocks on through with the Avalanche. Was it quick enough to pick up the bounty rune? It most certainly was. Hanskin will be able to take it, and that's going to make it 2 for 2 for Alliance as FNG picks up the other one here. So despite a little bit of a scuffle, it's all nice and even on the bounty rune front. Nothing crazy starting things off. Talk about crazy. Are any of these lanes which you think could get a bit wild or a bit carried away with one side or the other?
It's probably the bottom lane. This Mirana plus DP and Ench Medusa. If any of these heroes get out of position, they're gonna get hit a lot. We have 4 range heroes bottom, and in top lane, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of kills happening here. It's 4 strength heroes. Every time we see Omni and Sven, it always ends up with 4 strength heroes in this lane.
Yeah,
that's what we've noticed.
Yeah. It just comes down to the big brawl, and Sven loves that. I mean, especially Sven plus Omni, they love a bit of a brawl, so fully expecting Skidder to have a pretty free time up here in this top lane. Meanwhile, in towards mid, we've got the Lina versus the Void Spirit. A lot of potential for this just to be a straight-up farm trade, but also a lot of potential for somebody to die if they misstep. 2 very squishy, high-damage heroes. One could get caught by the other at any available opportunity. These power runes are going to be very, very key in this middle lane.
Yeah, I think Lina has a slight edge for the most part, but Limp, if he gets the Tiny to rotate mid, that's what we're looking for. It's going to be quite nice for them to try and get a lead for the Void Spirit. So one thing about Tiny, okay, so he's actually made the pull all the way around. He wants to get level 2 and deny some creeps, but Fada's obviously there. So if Fada's going to get that wave of experience, I think mudgolems will be happy with that. One thing about Tiny is he's not the best laner as a position 4, but what he can do is he can make rotations towards mid and the safe lane and try to turn the tides there. That's why they pick a hero like Tidehunter who can just kind of chill top on his own, even against 2 heroes, cut waves, get his XP, get his gold, even when the Tiny has left the lane.
Yeah, every time he's away, you got to try and make the most out of it, because you never know what else he could be getting up to. Potential for the rotation is pretty high. As they
Fada getting tossed into
yeah,
tower.
under that tower. That's doing a lot of damage. Won't be able to finish the job, though, unfortunately, because they don't really have much lockdown past the avalanche and the toss, but still a good amount of harass, and that is going to force out at least a couple of tangos from the Omni Knight.
Yeah, as for going for the Kraken Show, not Gush in this lane. And Fada did have a Heavenly Grace available if you need to remove the slow from that. How's his bottom lane looking so far? Got 9 lasses on Dusa, 9 on the DP. It's pretty tough for both of these range heroes for the time being. Mirana is also taking some of those range with the arrow. She's got 3 last hits right now.
Yeah, she's been pretty annoying in that regard. Yeah, do you remember, was it? I can't remember who it was who came up against Milan as Enchantress and then just decided not to level Enchant, and that turned out to be the worst idea ever.
That was Celery, I think.
Oh, yeah. Celery.
Yeah, and it was a terrible game for them. Enchantress without Enchant is just not a real hero. That's your best spell, and you better make use of it for your laning stage. That is, and later on, your impetus, it's fine. But maxing out the heal and the impetus, that was a very, very awkward game. We saw last game, like FNG had plenty of impact, right? Just scaling up his enchant.
Yeah, for sure. Even gave him a good amount of pressure onto Milan as FNG getting run down a little bit here. If Milan can find the angle for the arrow, might just come in nice and close and be able to finish the job with some right clicks regardless. They will drop FNG, and Nico Baby going to be forced back under that tower as well. Milan really not winning this trade with Nico Baby here. This Medusa's just too damn strong.
Yeah, they get the kill on the Ench, but the big thing for me there is Nico Baby lost his courier with 2 Wraith Bands in it.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, that is huge. It's like 700 gold worth that was lost on that courier. Gonna be very hard for Nico Baby to contest his DP in some of the last setting now. DP also opting for the boots in this lane, so she can chase down the Medusa.
Yeah, pretty classics. Just get as much harassment out as possible. But Nico Baby spamming out these snakes, man, coming on through. Going to throw down that arrow, but no, once again, cancelling it out. There's one thing which Milan was doing really nicely last game, which I'm surprised we haven't really seen just yet in this bottom lane, but I'm sure we will. It's when he uses this arrow as a zoning tool. So he throws it in front of them, and they know that, they can't walk into the arrow, but at the same time, you don't want to keep on standing on top of a Viper who's poisoning you up, or in this case, Death Prophet who's spirit siphoning you. So that little interaction there is something which Milan does really, really well, just using the arrow in a kind of more 3D sense. Not just throw out a hit arrow, but sometimes you don't need to hit arrow for arrow to be good. Yes.
This is true.
It's
the art of war.
Yeah, exactly. I'm well read in that stuff. Meanwhile, big long arrow going to come through and take out the tomato. So that's going to free 33 up, but he did still take a ton of damage whilst Milan went off to grab some bounty runes.
Fada is making it so hard for Hanske to make any plays on this map right now. He's just following him across. He knows the Sven is just going to be free farming against the Tide Hunter anyway, or they're just going to be trading. They can't kill the Tide. And now he's pretty much followed Titania all the way to the mid lane.
Yeah.
Yep.
Making some trades. This double damage from Limp did a ton of damage with the Astral Steps, but wasn't quite able to get the kill onto Borneo with Fada there healing him up.
This is what I love about Fada. He is so good at predicting the enemy support movements and where he should be at that given time. This Tiny is only level 2 right now, 6 minutes into the game.
And a big toss back here onto Fada
rune.
just to kind of free up Hanskin. He's trying to play around it, and Limp will be able to come in and
Got it.
grab that illusion rune now. And even looking onto
Borneo
Borneo,
needs to
he's
be
still got
careful.
that double damage running. Yeah, the illusion rune comes down as well, but can't find the initiation onto Borneo. Doesn't really want to throw down the Dissimilate, that would be his last spell, and could put him in an awkward position. So just going to play it
Yeah,
safe, keep the advantage.
He didn't have any Astral Steps either left, so he was able to get one more step, attack. Maybe Borneo would have been in some trouble, but he had already used one step earlier.
And down to 33, might even be a little bit more than that, as Yarrow's going to sail through and not connect onto anybody, but 33 turning it around, going to throw down the Spirit Siphons onto both FNG and Nico Baby, running into the trees, but Hanskin is here as well.
Hanskin's got the
Too
burst.
many heroes, I think he could be in some trouble. Avalanche comes through. They have the toss, they do, but they don't really need it. Although that said, the heal comes through, but they will be able to bring him down. But now Hanskin could be in some trouble as Fada gets on top of him, pops down that Heavenly Grace on top of him, trying to throw it to jump beyond. Milan has to jump
One
away,
hit.
just about survives. Arrow comes through, kills off Hanskin. Meanwhile, Fada stuck in the trees. But with that Heavenly Grace, he will be okay. Kind of interesting trade being made here at the bottom lane, but I guess that does go the way of Alliance in the end, because they get that kill onto the all-important Death Prophet.
Yeah, Hanskin rotating now towards bottom, realizing mid is not a thing while Fada has just been camping that lane. DP now gonna TP top lane, gonna lane up against the Tide. Sven wants to go in jungle. He didn't have any stacks in the jungle though, since Fada has been very busy mirroring the movements of Hanskin, and Limp is now gonna smoke up top. They really want to shut down 33.
Wow.
And S4 has a Meteor Hammer, naked Meteor Hammer. Didn't get any other item.
What?
Yep, he just wants to take these tier 1 towers.
Nice. You know, I love me a good naked
Fada.
hammer, and they will be able to run down Mata. He gets Fata. He gets naked hammered as they look in towards 33 as well, trying to hide in the trees.
gonna
Going to
pop
pop the
the
exorcism. He's only got one Spirit Siphon to work with here, so it could be a little bit awkward, but it's going to be enough to chase back Alliance. And Hanskin actually getting a little bit stuck in the tree lines here, and he gets run down very, very quickly. Meanwhile, Meteor Hammer comes down onto that tower. S4 getting those pushes in nice and early here, as that tier 1 tower starts to tick away to that damage.
33 had to make a decision right there. He has no TP. If he dies there, or if he doesn't pop Exo, he is gonna get jumped by Limp and Tiny. Like that tower, he's gonna die pretty much. So
Yeah.
he pops the Exo, kills off the Tiny, stays on the high ground, even if he had to pop the Exo for it.
33 with some nice footwork there, though.
I really like this Meteor Hammer Tide Hunter. It just lets you take these tier 1 towers so easily without having to stay in one lane for a very long time. Like after this top tower, definitely just gonna go sit middle forever and just Meteor Hammer after every creep wave, since Lina is probably just gonna be spamming out the waves anyway.
Yeah, plus it's going to give him a lot of kills threat with his level 6, right? Which he obviously now has. I mean, no one wants to come into lane versus S4 here, because if you just get ravaged and meteor hammered, you may well just die.
I actually haven't seen that. Like, seen so many Tide Hunters buy this Meteor Hammer, but I haven't seen them be able to combo the Ravage with the Meteor Hammer, surprisingly. The main focus is just for, like, the tower killing potential. Although that is a possibility, right? You have the option to do it.
Sure.
Oh,
Arrow going to connect though. This Tide Hunter could be in some trouble here as he's getting jumped upon by Milan, but at the same time, he's a big tanky boy and not going to go down too easily, especially with all that health regen by the Meteor Hammer. And he's sitting on a natural 13 HP regen. So it's very, very hard to actually get through his
Top once
tanky
again.
exterior.
Fada
There's a lot of
gonna
heroes
cover
moving in
33.
here. S4.
Yeah. They know as long as they hold this tower, the Sven is going to be farming away without any pressure on him. Alliance are going to keep on bringing multiple heroes up into this top lane to try and open up the map. That being said, the Dusa is also having a very free time at the moment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Here he comes, the big fishy boy. Hammer off cooldown again. Like, he just doesn't care. Just again and again. Every time it's off cooldown, it comes down. Now they drop the Ravage down onto the Death Prophet here. And then Nip coming in as well as FNG throws in a couple of impetuses. And with the toss back, it is going to be enough damage to bring down
Fada
33.
as well.
Fada joining this engagement for some reason. I mean, he's going to try and get off as much damage as he can with the Purification. Meanwhile, an arrow from the sideline catches onto FNG. Milan drops down the Starstorm, but FNG is still healthy enough to survive through it. And that is going to be the tower going down at last from the side of Alliance as they take down 2 heroes.
Yeah, huge win for them. Just to be able to kill that core, a support tower. Nico Baby has been farming during this time. Mid tower though, if they lose this, that could be a little problematic. Sven is here with his Mask of Madness.
Got it.
Yeah. That was a nice rotation from Skitter, not just spending the whole time farming up this area. He actually sees the opening to take mid while they're all top. Most of the time we see the carries actually hit bottom tower. But Skitter finding that opening.
Yeah, I think he realizes that
minutes
without
down.
this Ravage, they don't really have the capabilities to bring him down super easily, so...
They also
Knowing
had
those
4
TPs
heroes
came in
top.
Yeah.
So that kind of helped them decide, like, hey, mid, maybe I can at least get them to choose. Do they want to defend middle or do they want to commit to killing this top tower?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very nice trade. Meanwhile, S4, now he's in the mid lane.
Yep,
Oh my
there
goodness,
it is.
this is so obnoxious.
And you can't go on him too because of the Kraken shell.
Yeah, he's too big.
Yeah.
Manages to steal across the creep wave. 10 seconds till at the back. I mean, this is just clowny, but it's very, very good. I mean, it's cheesy, but at the same time, it's good cheese. You know, it's a nice, well ripened gorgonzola. It's not some stinky.
Oh, look at
blue
that
cheese or
Arcane
something.
Rune Meteor
It's
Hammer
blue
now.
cheese.
16-second cooldown. This is what
Let's
this is what he
go.
wanted. This is what he dreamed of last night. He's got it. Smoke from Mud Golems. They got the Exo. I think Fada just
Yeah,
wants to
they're
actually
coming in
plant
for
some
him.
vision with this too.
They want the big boy. They see FNG instead, though, so they'll have to change targets onto this Enchantress. The LSA comes down onto FNG, and they will be able to get that kill easily. But Alliance are bringing in some heroes as in rocks up the Medusa
S4?
with that
He's
Stone
dead.
Gates coming down, but S4 has gone down all the same. Yeah, the Spirit Siphon doing a hell of a lot of damage to the big tanky Tidehunter. Nice strike in from Mud Golems. I mean, Medusa kind of just
Yeah.
ran around that fight in circles with Stone Gaze and didn't really
It's like,
do
look at
anything, to be
me, look
honest.
at me. Don't
Yeah.
don't chase my tide. But 33, that Spirit Siphon, it doesn't get dispelled by the Kraken shell, so you can just keep chasing them down.
No problems at all.
Yeah.
In
A lot of damage. S4 might want to invest into a cloak this game. Early game, the Lina, DP, they're going to be dealing a lot of magic damage, especially that Siphon doing percentage-based damage to you.
Yeah, it's a good idea to try and come up with some kind of counter percentages. Play the math game. All about that. But no, this game's going to hit a bit of a rock now. I would kind of like to see Alliance do something with this Ravage, but at the same time, they kind of just want to make space for Medusa to farm. Until she's really online, their damage is a little bit lacking. I mean, it's a Void Spirit, really, isn't it? And
she's
yeah, it just
going
feels
for
a bit
the
awkward.
Manta, which is good against the silence of the DP, but not a very good item overall against Sven.
S4
And
getting
all the
jumped
AoE
again
this
in the
game.
middle lane. He did manage to dodge out the arrow, but still could be in some trouble here as the stun's going to connect him with that Spirit Siphon. I mean, it's just slowly melting away
Wow.
at S4, and he's going to go down in the exact same way as before.
The Siphon, so good. And 33, he's so tanky now. Look at him. He's got a Sange and a Cloak. With the power treads, got 1700 HP 14 minutes into the game as an offlaner. Not even a strength hero. Yep. They're gonna pop the Exo, they're gonna pop the God Strength. This is an extremely early Roshan. That means the second Roshan is gonna spawn much faster too. Mud Golems, they're really speeding up this game.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Meanwhile, Limp, though, he's doing some fancy stuff with Marana, and he's actually going to be able to secure himself a solo kill, so Limp gets something at least, but now Skitter, he's angry. You killed my support. Come back here, Limp. But Limp is not trying to give him the opportunity here. Has himself a taunt to throw out as cooldowns are available. In about 3 seconds, he'll have himself a dissimilate, and Skitter, he's bored. You know, these lower tension span carries, just see some creeps, get distracted. to start farming up that creep wave. Didn't want to chase after squirrels.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mudgolems looking way better in this game too, though. It's nice, you know. They're playing at a much higher pace than game one. It feels like they really know what they're doing with this draft, rather than last game. They did just feel a little bit lost.
Yeah, I mean, they just have that clear way to just go in and fight, right? They got the Sven stun, you got the slow from the DP, just running in. And Alliance, I gotta say, this Dusa is just such a burden hero right now in their draft. I can't even say this Dusa is the best late game carry in this game right now. I'm looking at the Sven with Omni Knight, and then the abilities of DP, like how it works against Medusa, is just not looking that good for them.
Meteor Hammer, though, down in the bottom lane, lands onto Skidder, and now the Avalanche Toss combination comes in from Hanskin, grouping them both up together. Oh my goodness, the Sven is dead. 33 could be in some trouble as well. Milan trying to help him out, but he can't really commit that much to actually
Nina's
save him here. But Boromir comes through, the cavalry are coming, they're looking for some revenge on Mudgolems, but Alliance still holding their lines as the LSA comes down. Hanskin in the back line, so finds a cheeky pick up onto 33, beautifully done from the Tiny with that fresh Blink Dagger, coming out and making two huge moves already with it, and now Boromir gets a little bit carried away as he lands a big stun, but Laguna Blade comes down, not going to be able to bring down Limpy's going to lose his first life. Alliance, they're sticking around for life number 2. I think they very well might be, as in comes that Meteor Hammer. Yule's out from the Lina, going to help avoid that one though. And now with Fada coming back into the engagement, Mudgolems might be looking for something as Yara comes through. Hanskin is forced to move towards the enemy team to dodge it, and now could be in a bit of an awkward situation, but Fada's getting some tasty little spears thrown his way as the rainbows will come through, but FNG has to back himself up. The mech saves him just about in time, and Mudgolems will disengage, as will Alliance. Peace erupts in the map at last. Although I say that, Nico Baby's actually in a bit of a sticky situation up here at top. LSA lands onto him. Nico Baby could be in some trouble. Does manage to pop off that stone gate, so Skidder and Boromir just going to walk straight into it here, but Nico Baby's out. He says, see you later. Pops that stone gaze, runs himself away, and will be nice and safe. And I think finally, that will put an end to things.
That was actually so incredible from Alliance. Realizing that DP's ulti's on cooldown. God Strength is probably not quite yet up either. Very nice plays from Hanskin with that early Blink Dagger. They were not expecting that one bit.
No, they were not. No, they were not.
They still have the Ravage now too, and Void Spirit, he's getting very close to that Aghanims. They're not going to wait for it to finish. They're going to smoke up right away. They want to keep on going right now. They don't want to let Mudgolems continue to farm or get their footing back in this game.
Yeah, I like this.
The Tiny Blink.
Still doing his thing.
It's so good right now, this Tiny Blink. It just does way too much burst damage in combination with the Void Spirit.
33 getting jumped. Fanner and Boromir are behind him though, so they're going to be able to throw down the Heavenly Grace onto the Death Prophet, and now they can look for the turnaround onto Hanskin. Hanskin get a little bit baited there by his teammate, and he is going to get killed off.
That was such a good bait. They felt something was coming. Their wards weren't really spotting anyone. They know the Medusa's probably farming the top side. So baited out the DP, Fada in the perfect place, Lina with the Yules onto the Tiny. And I think Mudgolems have realized how they need to execute the fights now. Every time the Tiny goes in, just make sure that you stun him and blow him up first, because this hero just creates way too much chaos. Limp, top.
Up at top. Yeah, they're looking onto him, but he gets the blink away. Can he actually escape this one? Dissimulate in 7, Astral Step in 3. They give up.
Yeah.
Can't blame them. Chasing Void Spirit just feels like such a futile task.
Boromir has Yules now, so I think they're going to have an easier time to catch Limp and the other heroes, right? So I think it's not a problem, like with the Yules.
Yeah, you just got to get close enough to actually use it before he instantly snaps himself out of existence with the Astral Step or Dissimulate. So annoying. Meanwhile, Nico Baby just continues to farm up, but not quite as quickly as the Sven. Pretty close, though.
Smoke. DP has Halberd now. This Halberd is a very hard counter to the Medusa too. Stops her from attacking for 5 seconds since she's a ranged hero.
Yeah, Mudgolem's just trying to invade the bottom lane. thinking they can catch somebody pushing out, but Alliance very ready for that one. Definitely someone on the comms saying, guys, if you're in the bottom lane, now is the time to evacuate, get to those trees, TP yourselves away, because it is the red zone. And they dodge out the gank pretty damn well. S4 seems to have learned his lesson after his couple of failed attempts on the mid lane. And he's now kind of playing much more defensively.
He's going for a Solar Crest now on S4 too. After the mech, not going to complete that Guardian Greaves. Solar Crest for the Medusa. They're going to have at least that one steroid. I feel like Golems need to make smokes into the enemy triangle area instead of smokes into the bottom area. These moves, they're not making as much sense to me right now. They got the BKB ready, the DP with the Halberd and the Exo. If they just go into the triangle, this Dusa will get kicked out. Or, better yet, they might find her and actually kill her.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of feels like what they need to be doing currently, because Medusa is pretty much free farming as it stands. But as is Skitter at the same time, so it's kind of like a trade at this point. And as we mentioned before, the Sven is amped, the Medusa is not. Stun comes through, the TPs are coming though. Yeah, we've been down this route, that's for sure. And they've got the Omni, he's dead. We're actually going to kill him off. That's a great kill to start things off, and down goes 33 as well. Uh-oh, Mud Golems need to leave. The line in the back lines has not got the Moonlight Shadow either, so it's going to be a very awkward disengagement. They can't leave Skitter behind. That is a problem. Does have a BKB, doesn't have a TP though, so Skitter just needs to hold on for the time being as Hanskin comes in around the side. The Avalanche lands onto 2 yields come through. The buyback comes out from the Omni Knight. He wants to come back into this one. Alliance, how they were expecting it. Looks like they might be as the LSA come through, but they get back on top of that Lina. Lina backs herself out, but now the Sven jumps in, popping that ulti, just trying to fight up into Nico Baby. Nico Baby pops the Stone Gaze though, freezes the Sven solid. Omni Knight is behind him though, throwing in that Heavenly Grace, but even with the Heavenly Grace and the BKB, Skitter can't actually find himself a fight as they look around to the sidelines and they find the Mirana. She gets taken down. It will not be surviving this one. Nico Baby gets that kill. The rest of Alliance looking forward for more. 33 is back. Has the Exo, gonna pop it. 3-man silence. They're looking to try and make something of this still. Maybe they find themselves limp on the sidelines, but Hanskin comes in with the Avatar's combo to mess things up, and they still can't find the target. The Sven is just getting completely destroyed by Limp and Bornea. Although I say that, the two are trading. Skitter coming back in. They will be able to get the kill into the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, Fada goes down to FNG. Bornea looks across to Hanskin, but Hanskin has the Avalanche. He's got the toss and will be able to kill off the Lina instead. Skitter just running himself away. Meanwhile, FNG being chased by 33 on the back as he picks himself up a double kill. A little bit of a success here from Mud Golems. Hanskin doesn't want to walk into this DP, so he's just going to go bury himself in the trees. Oh, he actually goes to the creep cut here. Milana's on top of him, though. Does have an arrow, does have a Yules as well, so should easily be able to control up Hanskin here and find this kill for Skitter.
Okay, that was way better than I expected from Mud Golems. It was such an awkward engagement bottom where they're just hitting the towers, showing all their heroes, easy jump in from the Void Spirit, silencing up everyone, the Ravage, DP died, Alliance chased them so far, Omni Knight buys back with like 10 seconds left or something on his timer, but Alliance still decided to keep on going. DP managed to actually revive from the time that she died bottom, comes in, pops the Exo, chases down S4, and then splits up the team fight. And that's where things go really south for Alliance, where the Void Spirit kind of just dies to the Lina and the Sven in the backline over here in that fight, while the DP is just chasing and zoning out the other 3 heroes.
Very, very interesting fight. I mean, there's just so much going on, these two simultaneous fights. So it's very hard to keep track on who's actually killing whom. But yeah, definitely Mud Golems coming out on top on that one. Even though they did lose a couple of heroes at the start, they respawn, they can come back into the fight. And then Mud Golems managed to strike back pretty hard. Very interesting game, though. It's just kind of Sven versus Dusa. And again, this 1v1 is very interesting when it's in a nutshell. But of course, never really the case where it's just the 2 heroes versus each other.
Yeah, I saw Bornea drop his level 2 Laguna Blade onto the Dusa. I'm not sure why he did it, but it like tickled the Dusa. It didn't, I don't know, it removed like a 200 mana or something. It didn't really do much. So how these fights work is the person who needs to deal with the Dusa is going to be the DP, right? You're going to silence the Dusa, you're going to halberd the Dusa, and the Exo is going to run on top of her, and she's not going to be able to do much. If she ever gets the ulti off, the Stone Gaze, you can't really fight into her. You're just going to get frozen for too long, or she's just going to run away from you. She gets that 50% speed boost, which makes her really hard to catch. So you're going to need to try and kill the other heroes. Mostly your goal on Mud Golems, I think, is just to catch out the Tiny when he blinks in, messes up with like a combo or something, you can break it with like a Yules and then take the fight from there.
Sounds like a plan, but executing that is not going to be as easy as it sounds. Alliance is going to be doing everything in their power to try and stop 33 from just running over these fights. I mean, 33 has been the main target, right? Like every single engagement we've seen, the Omni Knight's been number 1 on the hit list. Number 2 is 33, so they do not want to give DP the chance to actually be a factor in these team fights.
So
Makes a lot of
let's
sense as well.
Let's take a look at like how they lost the last 2 fights, right? For Mudgolems, or when the DP died. They were hitting this tower with all the heroes being alive and not showing on the map. So if they don't do that play where they are sitting in front of the tower and exposing all their heroes from the tower vision, I think Mudgolems will have a much better chance at teamfighting Alliance, especially if they make smoke plays and try to penetrate areas on the map where Alliance can't be just grouped up and waiting.
Yeah. That's makes a lot more sense. So what's the play from Mudgolems then? Do they need to stop running down towers and start looking for smokes into this triangle?
They got Roshan spawning soon, so controlling top and mid is next on the list for them. Play for the ages. This Roshan also has a cheese in there, so that's going to be pretty big for the DP. So if you jump the DP, you don't burst her, which is hard to do now because she has a halberd. She's going to be able to pop that cheese, get back to full HP, drop the EXO, and Alliance will only be able to retreat from there. This Dusa is not in the position where she can just stand her ground and fight into the EXO yet. She's going to need like 2-3 items before she can do that.
Yeah, agreed. That Skadi is well on the way, though. Medusa is an absolute monster. As we've seen, you know, they're just throwing everything her way, and she's just like, I don't really mind. You know, Sven attacking me with God Strength? It doesn't matter. I'm good. Laguna Blade, no worries. Oh, Yule's out onto the Enchantress. This is a really nice pick off here for the side of Mudgolems. They can turn this into a Roche, and they will just drop that Laguna Blade to finish off the Enchantress. Cook her up nice and good. Throw her on the barbecue.
Milan.
Now look across to going, but
Limp
could still be in some trouble. Has the Yules available?
No Yules
it
yet.
doesn't. Actually has a clumsy net instead. Does it the budget way, but unfortunately, Lelina wasn't close enough to come over and follow up on
bottom lane. 33. He doesn't have a stun, though. So he actually opted for a Glimmer Cape. That's going to give him a little bit of magic resist and the invisibility factor. That's nice. He can also use that onto the Omni Knight or whoever the tiny jumps.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, but they got to go back to playing this Roshan area. This is definitely the most important thing at the moment.
Sven tossed away back to his team, but he's got that axe to jump back onto Limp here. It's a lot of lockdown for him. They've got the Yules, they've got the arrow combination. Limp doesn't have a chance to get out of this one. He is going to lose his life. Great jump from Mudgolems in the middle lane. They can move into Roche here, or they can find themselves a different target. Handskin looks tempting, but instead they jump
S4.
across, looking over towards S4. He has got that Kraken Shell. Ulti available if he wants to pop this one down here. As Nika Baby comes into this one. S4 so low, running away. Skinner can't get in that right click. He's coming up onto the high ground. He wants him so badly, and he will find it, but now the Stone Gate's cutting off his method of retreat. Has to run past another tower here. Skinner on the run. BKB runs out. Tossback comes in. Hanskin's playing around with him. The rest of Mudgolems, they need to come in and actually try and help him out. And the silence comes down onto 2, and Skinner will get away. What a wacky race here, though, as Mudgolems somehow keep their heroes alive. Uh-oh, Fata, that is not where you want to be walking, my friend. He's going to be swiftly murdered as he tries to follow his team up to the high ground. No Omni Knight makes it a little bit awkward now from the side of Mudgolems. Was that worth it from the Sven?
They could have got Roche with that God Strength instead of chasing the Tide on her. Maybe going after the Tide was just the wrong move on Skitter's end here. That big objective on the map is now under threat for Mudgolems too. They always have to consider that Alliance might just walk in there with their Tide Hunter and their Dusa, even if they don't have a whole lot of Roche damage. 33? No?
Toss back once again, only towards the creep wave though, but it might be enough. So they've got that taunt coming through as well, but in comes Fata back from the grave, throws down the heal, Yules out onto 33. He will be okay though. Meanwhile, Void Spirit might not be so lucky. That's a long ass silence. They're getting on top of this Void Spirit right now. They don't seem to have the damage though, as FNG just comes in the front lines, tanks up a bit of the damage. They will Stormhammer across. Meanwhile, Nika Baby on the front lines though, he's dropping 2 heroes right now as they
33?
jump into the Omni Knight. He's going to get dropped. Mulia Hammer down onto 33 as well. Death Prophet trying to desperately keep himself alive. Doesn't have the mana for another Spirit Siphon though. Just going to be enough to keep her alive in this engagement. He backs himself away, and the exorcism still ticking on through, but Nico Baby completely unfondled in the middle of this team fight. So damn tanky. Now they make the play to go in and try and turn this one around. BKB pop from Skidder along with the gold strike, but doing absolutely nothing to Nico Baby. He's tapping her on the shoulder pretty much. Nico Baby does not give a shit as they will run themselves away on the side of Mud Golems, and now the Yules comes down. Boronier trying to throw down the light strike to slow them down here. Skidder in some trouble as the Stone Gaze gets used by Medusa, still keeping a distance though, playing so cautiously here on Nico Baby, does not want to overstep and cost their team a little bit too much. Alliance very, very disciplined here, but they certainly, well, I mean, I think they took that fight, but at the same time, looking at who died, it was the Void Spirit and the Marana, so it's a hard one to work out. Thiba, break it down for us, bro.
Well, it's not yet done. Boronier is still getting gone on here, so might have a little bit more work to do, Nomad.
I guess so. Boronier on the run right now. She runs up back to the tree. Sparta trying to help out, but immediately gets killed off by the side of the Alliance. They cut out the support lines, and now they throw down that Yules. When she comes back to the ground, it's going to be with a stomp as Handskin is on top of this Lena, and Boronier will fall. Well, that makes your job a lot easier. We can definitely tell who won the engagement now.
Oh yeah, I think even with the Void Spirit dying, Alliance still came out ahead because God Strength went on cooldown, DP popped the Exo, they were able to accomplish nothing. So that was like a strength test for Alliance just to see how strong they really are, and they are damn strong right now. Nico Baby realizes that he is absolutely untouchable if Mud Golems just toss their spells like that, and he actually queued up a Rapier for like 30 seconds and then changed his mind. He's like, maybe I don't want to throw this game, so back into the Daedalus. Alliance playing so well around the Dusa right now. Mud Golems, they're just spreading all their damage like to different targets instead of just committing onto one guy at the moment.
I mean, there have been some conceded efforts from Mud Golem to actually bring down this Medusa, but it hasn't really worked.
No, I think at that point when everybody on Alliance is still alive, popping your God Strength and jumping onto a full mana Dusa was just the wrong choice. You don't have your DP there either with your Exorcism. So what they had to do was go for other targets, leave the Dusa isolated, and then try to kill her at the end. So Skidder making it a little bit awkward popping a God Strength like that.
Yeah, they're going in on S4 here, but he's got that Kraken Shell to get himself back. Another Stone Gaze on the high ground. It's actually going to cause some troubles here. 33 needs to get down here, and the help is arriving from Omni Knight. He's sitting right behind him, so we'll be able to keep him alive.
No Stone Gaze.
It's not too bad from Mud Golems. Yeah, stun out onto the Tiny. He's going to be left behind. The rest of the team just cut their ties and tried to leave, but they might not be able to do so. Amazing stun out, but now the Ravage comes through onto 3. Fada dying on the back line. He's got off the Guardian Angel just in time. And now 33. Oh, they Superman across. They want to take down S4. There we go. Everybody except the Juicer is the plan here as they look forward towards Hanskin and step. But now the Juicer out of mana, out of health, she's gone. They get the damage off. Mud Golems finally making it happen here as they look forward onto the Tiny as well. He's gonna die. Alliance lose so many heroes as the never-ending brawl, which is this game, continues. Now look across towards FNG. He's juking to the sidelines. They really want him though. Milan finds him. They've got the Superman coming on through, and that's gonna take down FNG. She is gone. 3 heroes dead now for Alliance. Surely this is going to be Roshan for the side of Mud Golems.
Surely, 50 seconds of no Medusa. This is an absolutely dead Roshan. Finally, Mud Golems grouping up together, making the smoke play into the enemy triangle. Casting their spells together, they were able to absolutely overwhelm Alliance. The moment that Stone Gaze went on cooldown and Alliance hesitated, that was just an absolute disaster. They had to get out right away. They no longer had that counter to the BKB Sven anymore. And he was just able to knock heroes down one by one. Nice effort with the Ravage into the Mystic Snake, but it just wasn't enough. Fada dropping that Guardian Angel just made Medusa completely useless in the fight.
It was so
and
close to bringing down Fata there. Oh no. There goes your Void Spirit. 33
You can't do anything if you get Yuled at this point. Like, he hesitated to use his BKB because he thought it was just a Marana, but then DP and Delina show up, and you're just dead. One stun after the other.
Damn, what an interesting game this was. I mean, I thought Alliance were going to take it after that middle engagement. I mean, they looked so strong. Nico Baby looked completely unbeatable, and then just one little misstep from Alliance, and it cost them so much. And now Nico Baby, look at that quick buy. He's going back. He wants that Rapier now.
Yeah. He's got to be a bit more careful with how he uses Stone Gaze. Yeah, he needs to wait for Mud Golems to really hard commit into the fight. Either they're using the Exorcism or the God Strength before he pops the Stone Gaze, so that you got that 5 seconds where they're gonna be running away from you after using one of their big spells. So last engagement, the Exo and the Gaussian did not come off first before he popped the Stone Gaze, and it made it so awkward to be able to retreat.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Mudgolems invading the enemy triangle. They want to control this area of the map and really start to strangle out Alliance here. Farm up the whole map. I mean, I'm not really expecting a high ground with this. I don't know, if they find a good pick-off, then I'm sure they will, but part of me isn't really expecting a high ground with this Aegis. You know, they're playing into this Medusa. She's still very farmed, but I think they just want to get Skitter as farmed as possible. Boromir as well.
Yeah.
And then maybe they look for something.
Boromir is very important to build up some damage items. Later on, he's gonna need to hit this Medusa from very far. So I'm expecting like maybe an MKB or something on this Lina. That could be interesting.
could
You
be
can't
nice.
just play with a single core Sven in this kind of game, especially against a Medusa.
Yeah, no, they need more. The DP is certainly a big factor. She offers a lot to these team fights. Such a good pick for 33. S4. Gonna get the TP. Oh,
They
he's
found
not
the
gonna get
tide.
a TP as Milan gets a double jump across with the Yules. S4, he's in some real trouble
Oh,
here. The
he
rest
has
of the
no
team,
buyback.
they're not gonna help him out, and he's gonna get his salami sliced here by the side of Mudgolems. 75 seconds, no Tidehunter.
That's a long time. This looks like a high ground play from Mudgolems, I think. 70 seconds. Sven with God Strength. Cheese. They can do this. And they also have the Solar Crest available too. This Sven is like machine gun hitting right now.
Yeah, he's being buffed so hard. Solar Crest, they'll put that Heavenly Grace on him as well. Skitter, he's looking like a force to be reckoned with. They get that pick off, and now they're on that high ground.
Oh, he's so close to level 25. He wants to hold that God Strength. Or maybe if he can
Yeah.
get it in the fight
That
duration.
makes sense.
Yeah, 33, no hesitation. Pops that Exo, walks into the high ground. I'm just gonna get out.
Yeah, I mean, that's really nice. Not having to pop the God Strength for those buildings is just...
Nico
Mwah.
Nico Baby has 60 gold before he finishes his relic. He's doing it.
Wand. Sell the... I
Boom.
don't even need to sell the wand. There we go. Just,
Hey, the Dusa Illusions bottom pushed a wave in.
I
think.
see.
They got
That's where I
above,
got
yeah.
to go from. Grabs a rape. Ooh. Dropping the rapier on the floor.
Doesn't want to show
okay,
it.
Doesn't want to
wanna
show it.
it.
All right.
They want to smoke.
I love this play. Is it gonna work out though? Nico Baby drops a rapier, deliberately shows himself.
Mhm.
Now they might have said, there's an empty slot on this Medusa here where there used to be a demon edge. Something could be up here, but
Yeah. They're drawing the lines. Milan is like, guys, they're gonna come here for the bounties. If they're not killing me top, they're gonna be bottom. So be ready. They're still gonna get 3 bounties at least. And the word also spotting the top bounty not taken by Alliance. They know Alliance is bottom. 100% because of that word on the top side.
oh, Mudgolems, they might be walking into a bit of a trap here. What's our Aegis timer? It's 18 seconds for Lina.
That's
So
what they're baiting out to Lina
probably-
right now.
Yeah, they're waiting it out. So patient here. FNG is going to show. Maybe dangle himself a little bit, but I'm sure Mudgolem's
Oh,
going to
this is so
gather. They're
tense.
on this high ground right now. It really is. This could be the dream fight from Alliance here.
Moonlight.
Throw in the invisibility. They're walking up that
Fada.
high ground. Fada would be a great target to jump on. The toss back from Hanska is going to start this off, and they're going to be able to take him down instantly. Fada is gone. Mudgolems immediately just trying to cut their losses and get themselves out. Boromir,
Boromir
great
BKB.
BKB to try and get himself away into the trees. TP away. They won't be able to cancel this out. The only thing to do that is the Stone Gaze, and that is not going to be there nearly in time. So Mudgolems are actually going to be able to get themselves away. I feel like that was a huge opportunity for Alliance, and they weren't quite able to make anything happen from it.
Oh, they used the one instant stun with the toss. They got the Omni Knight. I think that was good because he has a Blink Dagger. He could use Guardian Angel. So, Mudgolems, they get away. Dusa gonna be such a force right now. They pinged out the Rapier already, and they're gonna make a smoke play down to bottom side. They see the top wave
Oh, they
pushing
want
in,
it.
midway pushing in. They want to find one pick off. That's all they need on Mudgolems right now. And Alliance would have to get every hero back into the base.
Scanning.
Yeah. Nico Baby, of course, not one to be caught out quite this easily. TP's away, so mudgolem's just going to be allowed to take back this area of the map. Alliance just have to play as 5. They have to play so carefully. Mudgolems, they have this 16k gold advantage, but I still don't feel like it's... I just don't feel that safe for Mudgolems somehow.
I mean, you don't feel safe because there's a rapier on the Medusa. We've seen what a rapier Medusa can do in the game, so... they are down one side of racks, but it's very irrelevant for Nico Baby. He can just go to a wave and two-shot it anyway, push it out. Bottom tiny. That being said, though, the other heroes on Alliance are not that strong. We've seen the Tide melt. We've seen Limp die very easily multiple times. Everyone else but this Dusa is just below average at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, second rapier queued up. He got the pike complete, and now he's going for a rapier on another rapier.
Good old
Needs
Nico
more
Baby.
damage, man. Yeah, you need more
Never
damage. And
fails to spice up a game.
yep. And also, Nico Baby found a Paladin Sword as his tier 3 item. So when he hits level 25, gets that split shot use modifier, with 2 rapiers, he's going to be lifestealing quite a lot.
Very true. And they do have a solo quest of their own now. S4 picked one up, so that's going to buff up Nico Baby a little bit. They've got some kind of buff for Nico.
The Scotty also modifier, like hitting everyone, Sven, Lina, DP. These heroes don't like to get hit with Scotty. I don't think there's any hero that actually likes to get hit with Scotty.
True enough.
Maybe Darkseer. Surge. Run away.
Yeah, true. Bait him out. But yeah, it's a stretch. Sven has actually gone for the Bloodthorn, by the way. He's fully bought out
okay.
for this Bloodthorn nonetheless.
Yeah,
Fully
that's
committed.
a lot of burst damage. Whoever you Bloodthorn, the Lina is gonna probably hit that target with you as well. She's gonna be doing plenty of damage. Yeah, Lina also got the MKB, so she's a right-click monster as well in this game now. Milan finishing a halberd of his own. So they got 2 halberds versus this Dusa. This rapier is not that scary right now if the Dusa gets halberded twice. Back to back.
That's true enough. You've got to make sure that this Medusa is allowed to right-click people, otherwise the rest of your team is just going to die.
Nico Baby...
Medusa very, very strong. Team, very, very weak.
Exactly. And I think Nico Baby realizes that there's 2 halberds on the enemy side, and he needs to just buy a BKB. So he can just pop that as soon as the engagement
Smoke up.
breaks
They're
out.
so close to each other. They're going to break out right now as they jump forwards onto the tiny. Hanskin, that instant initiator, is going to get taken down. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Medusa gets caught by an arrow. She's done for a very long time. Mudgolems have to back away. They're actually going to go in on this one as Skinner tries to take on the Medusa. 1v1 as she is going to die. She just gets melted. The
That's
Sven has
it.
so much damage along with Alina backing him up. That Medusa is dead without buyback, just like that in the blink of an eye. The game looks like it's just about over. No buybacks on the side of Alliance. Mudgolems just storm them. They take them down. Jump in Hanskin, stop that instant initiation. All of a sudden, there's just no hope for Alliance in this fight. It felt like it was such a delicate balance, this game. And then just like that, in the quickest of moments, Mudgolems take the victory. Wow, that was quick.
Again, you can't use that Stone Gaze unless they open with Gosh Strength or the DP Exorcism. That's what happened in the last fight. He opened with the Stone Gaze, thought that there was enough lockdown to be able to just kill some heroes. There wasn't. Omni pops the Guardian Angel. Everybody clicks their BKBs after the Stone Gaze, and the fight was just done in an instant. This game, I think Mudgolems, they made a few mistakes going bottom, exposing their heroes in front of the tower, allowing Alliance to get some really good jumps. But other than that, I think Mudgolems played a pretty clean game. You know, their draft was great. They were able to get these lanes out. Medusa wasn't the best pick, I want to say, in this game, matching up against Mudgolems heroes. And now we have a game 3, Nomad.
We certainly do, partner. Yeah, we've got a game 3 coming up. But yeah, I mean, what a performance from Mudgolems here in game number 2. Really showing us that they've got the life to fight up into Alliance. I mean, they want to keep them down at the bottom. Alliance now fighting for their lives at the very bottom of the group. They need to win this game 3 if they want a good chance of standing in this tournament. So it really does come down. Their feet are in the flames right now, Alliance. Can they do it? Game number 3 going to be coming up after this very short break. We'll see you then.
EGB, your esports betting world. The the only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event.
Dota2 analysis where I'm excited because I just got my first game number 3. Last weekend it was a bunch of 2-0s. I was looking at the beginning of this game and I was just like, yeah, I feel like mudgolems are kind of having the same issues, not being able to initiate. Medusa's gigantic. And this time their itemization paid off, Lizard. It seems like whatever initiation problems that they had, it was solved by this DP silence and this Sven getting incredibly farmed early on.
Yeah, first thing first, congratulations on your first game 3.
Finally, thank you.
Right, finally.
I wanted to hear that.
You're
You
honored.
gotta congratulate me as well.
Congrats,
Congratulate
Lacoste. For your birthday.
myself for working
birthday.
the 40th game 3 out of best of 3 series. Now it's really busted. I don't know what's happening. I think I had only 2 games that ended 2-0.
So that means that your curse is stronger than my
curse. I worked
curse.
a lot of games. Yeah.
I think you two together are yeah, exactly. Lacoste curse much stronger than your Tsunami, sadly. Yeah, but you talked about the itemization of Milan and 3-3, right? But they went for really good items like Yules and Halberd, both of them. But I really think when they realized what they have to do in team fights is when everything changed. Like so many times in this game, Skitter just headlessly, he just uses his ulti, jumps straight on top of that Medusa, hits her a couple of times, and then realizes, okay, I've just wasted my ulti, and this team fight is already over because Tiny eliminated us. The moment they realize that they need to jump on different targets and eliminate those threats first is when everything changed for mudgolems.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization was on point. I think this was pretty much Milana show where he was setting up so many kills with the Yule Scepter. Like they had pretty much the mirror items like Heaven's Halberd, Yule Scepters, and Marana even picked up a blink dagger at the later stages of the game, like, just to blink in and set things up. Even, position 5, Omni Knight had a blink dagger and the glimmer cape. Now, I'm scrolling through the Reddit comments, and there's this one guy that says, as an Omni spammer, feels so bad watching these players skip Aghanim for blink or mech, lol. The item heals globally for 400 HP on everyone, makes you get perfect time ultimates and 10 seconds of immunity also on buildings. Like sometimes, I'm trying to find the dumbest comment and this is it. This is the one, just farm Aghanim Scepter with your position 5, lol.
Just do it, lol. Just find the gold. If you can't find the gold, you're not good enough. What are you talking about, Lacoste? I'm completely with this guy. Just leave your team, go farm. Like, if they lose,
is not
it's
a
not on you.
position
You
5
are
Beaver where you can cut the waves, where you can, get the farm. That was popular when, Beaver Aghanim Scepter was actually good, something that was doable. But right now, I really don't think that's possible. Like,
I just have
maybe if you kill third Roach, they give you Aghanim Scepter, but there's always going to be a higher priority target.
I have to just cherish and appreciate the amusement that Lacoste finds on Reddit in these comments that aren't really that great, because I get that treatment all the time in Twitch chat, right? Like, just being a streamer.
People love backseating.
Yeah, backseating is great, man.
At least I'm confident that no matter what item build you go for, Omni Knight is ridiculously good right now. I don't understand where this hero was for like the first 90% of this patch. You said at the beginning of this broadcast he's like 60% win rate right now, Lizard?
65-ish. I'll check it again, but
it's going up. It's going up with each day. It's insane. And so it doesn't matter. You get the Aghanim Scepter, you get the Blink, you get whatever. This hero is incredible. And when you pair him up with a Sven, it just looks that much better. So we'll see what's worthy of a respect ban. Is Marana from Milan worthy of a respect ban? There is a lot to look at for this game number 3 as we see the first phase come out. For Alliance, are going to ban out the Enchantress and Lifestealer, and mudgolems ban out the IO and looking for their number 2.
So just this week, 17 games of Omni Knight, 64.71% win rate. That's ridiculous. That's way too high.
Yeah, people are trying to figure out how to buff up a carry. You're going to throw Alacrity, Empower, Solar Crest, Lotus Orb, Lincoln Sphere, whatever on your carry just to be more powerful than the enemy carry. And then they realize there's this one guy, that gives you status resistance, that, gives you HP, gives you immunity to physical attacks. And yeah, this is when Omni pretty much showed up. Like, if we had this patch, let's say for another 2-3 months, we would definitely see different heroes because new stuff would be discovered.
If you remember, a month ago, it was Secret, the first team that picked Omni. They won with it, and Puppy was even like, "Nah, this hero is dead." Like,
they played it as the offlaner, right?
As
During
offlane,
Omega League?
yeah. It was different, but still, like the people weren't even thinking about trying out that position 5 Omni Knight, and now they are, and it's working so well. Lina again, but Alliance snatched it up this time around.
Yeah, and they usually like giving it to Hansken, so we've been seeing a lot of core Lina from Boy and Nia, but it's a possibility that this may be a 4-position Lina for Alliance. And Mudgolems go to a Viper.
It's gonna be alright, and Undying. It's not really my preferable support versus a Viper on the offlane. Like, Undying loves to lane versus many strength offlaners, but if Mudgolems put this Viper again on 3-3, like, Undying can work, but I can find better heroes to play against as an Undying, let's put it that way.
Yeah, you might have some issues. He's a range hero, a lot of slow, something that you're very vulnerable against. Like, you tend to put yourself in a very bad spot, overextending because you're Undying. You do not give a shit in the early stages of the game, but it could easily backfire. They're going to go with the Tiny this time. Okay.
Yeah. I think this kind of sets it up and tells us this is Viper Tiny offlane. Tiny 4. Doesn't have to be 100% obviously, but I love this combo. We've seen it so many times already in the group stages, and it just works well, man. Viper is supported by Tiny in the lane really well, and then later on, this Tiny solves the problem of initiation that you usually get from your offlaner that you do not get with the Vipers. So I like this duo a lot as a first stage picks.
So, Lacoste, do you think that there was anything that Alliance looked at with the last draft and was like, oh, we lost because of this? We lost because of last pick Medusa wasn't good? Or was it just Mudgolems just executing much better in their game number 2?
I think the drafts were pretty even. There's some, like, at least from my point of view, questionable itemization from, like, Void Spirit, where he does not get the Yule Scepter. Like, I believe this is the first time that I noticed it. Like, it's such a great setup. It's a save, the spell against some of the silences that they had. And, Tidehunter had a 7-minute Meteor Hammer. Sounds good on paper. Like, he was dropping those hammers on the tower. But, it's good for the lane. Sometimes it's going to work out now that I've seen the game after. Like, I felt like he could have gone for different items.
Yeah. It's just a meta pick, right? Like, sometimes you just go for the meta items, and this Meteor Hammer it's plaguing pubs on Titan. If you see a Tidehunter in pubs, click on him. I bet you $100 right now he's gonna have a Meteor Hammer. It's just what everyone builds, and I think we sometimes just get stuck in popular builds. It's just like everyone got stuck in this Aghanim Sven build, and then you see Miracle. That Miracle shows us that there are other ways. You can do the hero different builds.
Yeah, even last game, it was Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, BKB, and then the Aghanim Scepter. Yeah. So it seems that it's looking more luxury than core these days. As we see the second phase bans come out, Snapfire and Doom banned from Alliance, and PA and Morphling banned out from Mudgolems.
Yeah, Snapfire really good against the Undying. It's also one of Barania's more popular and probably the best hero on top of, like, Lina, where he just, knows the hero, knows the limits, lands those gobble ups and spit outs nicely. And this is also a save. Like, when you think about it, you can, once you get a Blink Dagger, you can save people when they're caught out of position. Like, it's kind of like a snowball, but a better snowball where you can toss him out of the danger.
Like, having played with Borania not so long ago, a couple of years back, back then there were no Snapfires, but he loved the spirits. Like, he adored playing any one of them, right? Like, any one of them, meaning the Storm Spirit or Ember Spirit. I would like to see something like that for him. Just for a blast from the past, if nothing else.
He does like playing very, very speedy heroes. So he's been playing the Lina, he plays the Puck a lot, he played a fair amount of Wind Ranger, and then, yeah, the Spirits have all been in his arsenal.
Yeah, just those playmakers, that's where he shines. Like Snapfire as well, like he played really well every single time I watched it. He had that one 19 killed game or something, but the Spirits is where he truly shows off his full skill set.
Spectre is available for mudgolems if they want to go that route. They already have Viper just to secure the late game, not necessarily as this pick, but they could show their position 5 right now.
Why ban a Terror Blade if you're Mudgolems?
Usually that means that you're planning for some melee safe laner, right? That struggles versus TB. It might have had something like a Nyx Lifestealer is in, but he's been banned out already.
I mean, they can just go for Sven.
Yep.
You think they were watching that China game?
what was it, like 90 plus
It
minute
was
game?
95 minutes. I'm seeing all the threads pop up. It was what, Techies and something else.
Wait, I watched, but there were probably, was it ZinQ Techies? Because
Yeah.
I watched.
Did you watch it end?
I watched
You seem
game.
like you're lying because you're not sure if
No,
you
I
watched
watched
it or not.
It was literally just before this.
Yeah, but did it
before this
finish?
tournament. I'm not sure I watched it until. Yeah, it did finish. It wasn't that long. Was it that long? No.
Why you always lying,
Maybe they-
Lizard?
Yeah, I'm just always lying, dude. No, ZinQ played me and Techies. No, they lost for sure. Like that's when got killed in the arena. 100 seconds without buyback, and TB just ended. Maybe I just lost the track of time. It's one of those games you go to the kitchen a little bit, you come back, watch the game.
You think it's another game and you're like, wow.
I go into the
It was
kitchen,
a
I eat
Techies.
for an hour and 35 minutes, I come back, and
I watch
was
a
a
movie.
over.
Yo, okay, in my defense, that's my kitchen right over there, so it's not really that hard to eat and watch the game. Yeah, they go with the Sven, Mud Golems, Omni Knight Sven once again. Here we go versus a Jug. I kind of always liked Sven in this matchup because it's a hero that it's so much easier to get what you need as a Sven. You have that built-in cleave. Unless something like a Magnus Juggernaut is against you, you're always one step ahead. The Warcry is also really good versus Jug, really good versus Omni Slash and Blade Fury. So I kind of
They need
always lean
stuns.
towards Sven here.
They need some kind of stuns on Alliance. They need an offlaner with possibly a BKB piercing ability. Beastmaster's still in the pool. Maybe go towards that Enigma. Just try to give them more team fight presence. Like Juggernaut, he can't keep up with Sven's farm. Not at like between 15-20 minutes because he just has that natural cleave. But like pretty standard build for Juggernaut these days. Mask of Madness into Battle Fury, so you can keep up with the carries, especially if you're paired up, against some of the carries that are with the Magnus that have some kind of a steroid. And like Sven doesn't need anything; he has it in the hero.
We're seeing a lot of repeat heroes, but Alliance like playing them differently. So at this point, feeling pretty confident that it's going to be a limp mid Death Prophet and a 4-position Lina Hansken. And now we are looking for an offlaner. So you're looking for BKB piercing. Slardar, still in the pool for S4 heroes. Still have his Bloodseeker also, but I haven't been a big fan of it. And Enigma and Beastmaster.
Yeah, you can be fairly confident that that profit will be made, but if you think about Limp, man, like that Lina was one of his main heroes when he broke through. He's really strong on her, and might be that as well. But like you said, most likely it is that profit, and something that empowers Jug that we talked about, Magnus, and out right there. It's like it's a no-brainer. You really don't want to be playing versus that. It's a very strong combo, and it allows Juggernaut to accelerate and farm even faster than Sven.
All the spirits are left in the pool. Alliance very limited on the lockdown. Like they have silence, they have Lina's stun, which is not reliable, and also possibly a good Dragonite pickup for Mud Golems, where like their damage is pretty static. Besides like Lena's burst, that's pretty much it. And I've seen Barania play Dragon Knight. Like he tends to be on the top of net worth, even when he's paired up against some of the like heroes with the built-in cleave, with the mag power. Like he just knows how to play a hero. Does not He's not holding the ulti. He always pops it. There's a couple of stacks of the ancients. He farms it, and yeah, looks really good. They ban out the Void Spirit. Okay.
But don't you think if we consider that Prophet mid, that it might be a difficult laning stage itself for him, or does he not care about that? I guess when you're Radiant, you can always get that medium camp for yourself too. Alliance with another clock game. So this should be your clock Lina offlane, right? It still might be clock that Prophet. That's a possibility, but it should be, I believe, clock Lina on the offlane. Very strong lane overall. You have a lot of kill potential even versus Omni Knight if you catch him with that level 2 battery assault. Sven or Omni Knight can fall there. And I like this clock versus Sven matchup a lot. Like if a clock has a lot of farm, if he gets that Aghanim's later on, you can control him for a really, really long time.
True, but there's status resistance coming out from Omni Knight, and Omni Knight pretty much wants to use that spell on Sven. Like, we'll use it on different heroes, but 99% pretty much you always want to target the Sven.
Yeah, it may actually end up being Clockwork's responsibility to just identify the Omni Knight with the flare and then just go on him rather than worry about the Sven. There's now Mudgolems looking for their last hero, most likely a mid laner, to go up against either the Death Prophet or the Lina. Still not 100% sure. I'm leaning Death Prophet, but we'll
Juice is also not a bad choice. Like, the only hero he needs to care about is Clockwork. That's the only hero that can close the gap. But okay, they go with the Storm. Yeah, I mean, very limited on the lockdown once again, and you have Omni Knight if you overextend. So, decent choice, I would say. Looking at these two drafts, I'd go with Mud Golems. Like, Omni Knight comes online a bit faster than the Juggernaut, and they have a lot of kill potential, some good rotations, 33 on Viper with the Tiny. This is the lane to look out for. Like, you don't necessarily pressure Juggernaut that much because he has a spin, but FNG should not have the greatest time in this lane.
So likewise on the offlane for Alliance though, S4 and Hansken for me should have a pretty good time if Hansken is that position 4. S4 versus Sven and Omni Knight is not pressured. He's going to be tempo controlling for Alliance. Barania, what does he have to deal with? Pretty much only the silence from S4 and Hansken's hookshots, right? And he has Omni Knight to follow him up too. So I'm looking for, like, I called for a spirit from Barania earlier on, said that that's where he truly shines. Let's see if he's going to prove me right or wrong. I'm going to go with Mud Golems as well.
Lacoste, why do you feel like they ended up giving Death Prophet to S4 instead of Limp? It's the mid lane matchup, or do you think that just farm on Lina is going to be more valuable than farm on a Death Prophet this game?
I think Lina really shines as a mid laner, which Barania showed. Like, he's a different approach to the itemization where you can like really scale and be tanky, and that Prophet will get her farm eventually, so you're like getting a mid hero from the off lane, which is also nice.
Mud Golems looking to get a perfect middle-of-the-road score right now, as they will go 3-3 if they win this. However, Alliance are just looking to make sure that they don't have to do Division 2 deciders, as they are 1-5 right now. We will see what will happen in this game number 3 after you go to egb.com or click the banner below to maybe test your luck, or you can just sit back and listen to our casters, Nomad and 1437.
Hey folks, let's get ready for game number 3. And I mean, I actually think Mud Golem's got this. Theben, what say you, my friend?
Prepare for battle.
I'm never betting against Omni Knight and Sven Nomad. It's just impossible. I'm either not betting or I'm betting on the Omni Sven. So we're going on Mud Golems here. I think they got a great draft. They got a Tiny plus Viper first phase, which was a great combo. Then they got the Sven Omni second phase, another great combo. And they get the last pick with the Storm against very little amount of stuns on the Alliance side. So Alliance, I think they got to win lanes really badly if they want to even compete against Mud Golems this game.
Yeah, I think they've got. I mean, the biggest thing about this to me is that this Omni Knight doesn't seem to be worrying about anything this game. Like Hanskin, I think has to get on top of him, and even then, no one else wants to really dive that deep to kill off the Omni Knight. Meanwhile, last game they had the Tiny to try and blow up this Omni Knight, and that worked pretty well for them. They don't have this time around, so I'm really worried. And even last game, you know, they still won on the side of on the Omni side. So Omni, strong hero, you got to blow him up. Otherwise, just going to throw down Heavenly Grace onto everyone and make your life misery. And I don't think Alliance have the way to do that. So that's why I'm betting on Mud Golems. But happy to be proved wrong. And you know that you can never count out these top tier teams. Alliance, they could dig deep and find the victory here. Never count these guys out. So we shall see what happens here in game number 3 of the decider here, and the decider of Alliance's fate. Really, I mean, if they lose this game, it is just like. I think it's impossible for them to qualify for the play-ins. I think they go to the Division 2 playoff thingy like Tsunami was mentioning, but yeah, I mean they are bottom right now. Kind of interesting though in this tournament, the bottom team of Alliance have actually beaten the top team of Viking. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament just has so many amazing teams. Any given day, these guys can beat one another. Alliance, they have a lot of pressure on them right now. This Lina, I think one of the reasons why they actually put the Lina mid in this game is you need a really early Yules and the Lina to be making a lot of rotations and setting up on other heroes. You don't have a whole lot of stuns available on Alliance, and that's a pretty big problem. Fighting into a Heavenly Grace and a Storm Spirit without a lot of disables is just a recipe for disaster. So Limp, I'm expecting a lot from him this game. He's going to have to get a pretty big lead middle, maybe even shut down Bornea, and then try to rotate around, get some kills onto the Viper or the Sven, and just play off that.
Yeah, Limp, the pressure is on. Let's have a fantastic Limp performance, and maybe that might be the sharpened edge which Alliance need to get themselves the victory here in this third game. Some shenanigans going on at top as there's been some creeps pulled around the place. Milan coming in deep behind just to try and contest Nika Baby a little bit here. He's actually pulled a singular creep away. Interesting.
Some awkward situations happening top right now, but that's okay. He's just going to get the next wave, going to bring it to the small camp. They want a nether toxin, just improve how much farm the Viper can get. FNG, yeah. He's not going to be able to really fight into two of these guys right now. Milan's going to get level 2, and they might just go and kill FNG right here. If they want to commit all of Viper's mana with poison attacks, it's definitely possible to kill him.
Yeah, and Milan just staying away to make sure he doesn't get off the 2-man decay here. He's got himself 8 strength. It is quite a lot. FNG, though, is not going to have a decay available for another 2 seconds, and it is going to be your first blood. FNG does go down, and that'll be 33 during first blood. Oh, Milan, of course, says you got rocks in your head. That's what we like to see. The old FNG. Wasteland coming out, of course.
Yeah, that's a bit of a free first blood for Mud Golems. I think you could have just let the Viper and the Tiny have the waves, knowing that you can't really do much against them at the moment. They're so good at doing this. Like 33 on his Viper. He knows how to maximize his farm, make it so annoying for the opponent. Doesn't want to have a straight up 2v2 fight. Just playing for these camps. Now he's going to pull the wave behind the tower and deny an entire creep wave. And the Undying, like, he's not going to be able to go there and stop this because he's going to be afraid that he will die once again the same way last time.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Fata and Skitter, they're running a little bit low on HP, but going to salve themselves up as S4 and Hanskin. Do a decent amount of pressure. I mean, as mentioned, there is kill potential here, even though it's not the Luna, it's now the Death Prophet and the Clockwork. There's still kill potential between these two, I believe, but always hard to kill on a Sven Omni lane.
Yeah, the lane is pushing back into Skitter, so he's going to be okay with this for now. It's just a lot of pressure with that Siphon.
Yeah, I mean, the Sven is the least farmed core right now. I mean, early days still, but he is 3 behind the DP, who's joined with the Storm Spirit as the second to last place, so all pretty condensed, though, in the CS. No one's really pulling ahead too far.
Top rune, FNG.
FNG has got 3 heroes surrounded on him right now. I'm not sure he's ready for this one as they get the Electric Vortex along with the toss back onto him. He is going to be able to get the 2-man decay, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. FNG will fall again. That's going to be a second kill for Mud Golems.
And I think those 2 creeps came from Milan in the top lane too. So Burnia gets a little bit of a bonus in the mid lane. He kind of needs it because Limp has 10 denies on him, 11 denies on him right now.
Pretty impressive.
On this Storm. Yep, an entire level ahead at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Storm's going to rely on his jungle to try and catch back up on this mid lane. It's a tried and tested method for Storm Spirit. Though a smoke up from Limp and FNG, they want to make a movement here. Where are they going?
They're gonna steal the bounty, I guess. I'm not too sure about this either. Whoa, Brian, actually walks into the Lina.
It's a lot of damage. Gets himself back under the tower. Will be okay as Fada comes in, drops him the heal, and will also. Oh, they try to fill up the bottle, or is Fada bringing him his bottle? I think Fada might have been bringing him his bottle. Tried to give him the charge, but accidentally used it. All good, all good. Meanwhile, FNG is successful in his heist as he takes the enemy's bounty.
Bottom lane, Skitter. There's a Clockwork chasing him
dear.
with boots.
Oh dear, there comes a battery assault. That's going to seal his fate. Unfortunately, Fada was not there to give him the heal in time. And down goes the Sven.
Yeah, this is much better lane than last time. Every time we see the Omni Sven is just fighting against 2 other strength heroes. Now it's a DP in this lane. Siphon gonna do plenty of work against the Heavenly Grace, since it is percentage-based damage. So nice try here from Alliance to get this offlane DP against the Sven here in the laning stage, at least. It's going to be a bit harder later on, though. DP can get bursted quite easily against an Aghanim's farm Sven.
We've seen how much this guy can do when he pulls ahead, so the pressure certainly needs to be there. What are we expecting now from Alliance then? Are they going to be the ones invading into the enemy side of the map, trying to find these stacks and just pressure Skitter whilst he farms, or will they try and pressure the towers instead with this lineup?
Alliance just gonna have to open up this map, like take this early bottom tower with the Exo and just keep playing into Mudgolem's face. Don't let them farm so much. Hanskin mid getting tossed into the tower.
And that's a lot of damage coming out from Boronier. They should be able to finish the job here as he is surrounded by Mudgolems and killed off. Meanwhile, Limp
33 as well.
Yeah, let's skip away to the
Keeping
other
in.
side. There's a pretty big rotation in from Mudgolems. They really do like reacting very, very harshly to these middle lane aggressions.
Yeah, and 33, because he TP'd mid, he doesn't really want to walk back top. Then he doesn't have a way to get away from the Juggernaut anymore. That means Milan is going to go up there while stacking the big camp. Going to sit in this lane, get some XP. 33 making a rotation out down to bottom.
Look
Level
at that
5
score.
doesn't have
They're
ulti
doing
though.
a good amount of damage. Can they finish the job? I think
he's
they
dead.
can. He tries to turn around with a Spirit Siphon. It's not enough to keep him alive, and S4 will drop.
Huh, I think if he kept running, FNG would have been able to TP in and Sorip him in time. Maybe he thought he was going to tick over to the poison attack. But it would have been very close, that's for sure. Hanskin. Just some damage.
Look at he tapped away at by 33. He's thinking of even coming under the tower here. He's got Fada to back him up, but not quite that confident. But I mean, this has been 2 cores in the bottom lane for rather a long time. Meanwhile, the Juggernaut, he's actually stealing some stacks, the cheeky little boy. Or cheeky little baby, more like.
That's nice. That's a triple stack big camp right there. Nico Baby's very happy about this. Almost has Mask of Madness on top of his phase boots. This is going to be a very farm Juggernaut this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Skitter still struggling. They're running at him. They don't want him to farm at all. Very aggressive wards being planted from Alliance on both of the jungles. They're going to be able to follow this Sven quite easily.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see from them. Just find some early pressure on Skitter. Relieve the pressure on the Juggernaut. Bit of acupuncture. That's what we're seeing from Alliance here. As Nico Baby is being set up to have a pretty free game. But talking of free games, look at Limp's CS. My guy is drowning in creeps.
He's just farming stacks and like there's so many stacks on the left side here for Limp. He just picked up all of that, constantly pushing the mid lane out. 1 level ahead of the Storm at the moment. And the Storm can't really jungle that easily because the Sven has been occupying that area. S4 though, he's dead again.
Down he goes in the bottom lane.
Oh, he's
33.
TP now.
Yeah, he's trying to get the TP. We'll be able to do exactly that. No stuns available for the side of Mudgolems. They used everything to bring down that Death Prophet, so see you later.
think that's probably the one hero they don't want having dying at the moment, because the DP falls behind. She doesn't really have a lot of backup available, and she's gonna become food quite easily against Tiny, Viper, Storm, Sven. All these heroes, they like to just zip in and kill one target like DP.
Yeah, Hopper like she's hot. That is the plan. And if S4 can't stay alive and get us some value from this Exorcism, the hero's not going to feel very good at all. Needs to just stay alive through that initial burst to get those Spirit Siphons. Meanwhile, Hanskin in a bit of trouble right now as he's going to get his, well, no, he's not going to get the cogs off or anything at all. He's just going to get popped. Golems get to take
Nico
another.
Baby. And on the other side here, we have Nico Baby just dragging creep waves. Going to try to secure 2 runes for himself on the top side for his team.
The DD for Borneo. Feels
Oh,
pretty
that's a
good.
big rune. That's a really big rune. S4 is going to have to be way more careful now with that DD in Storm's bottle. If he shows up in front of a tier 1 tower, you can fully expect Borneo to just TP in and try to kill him on his own.
After respect, and he's going in for this Orchid as well, which, you know, I like a lot this game. It forces Jug into building Manta pretty early on, which you'll probably do anyway, but
Bottom
it's
lane.
nice to have it. Uh-oh.
33. Again.
Not again.
Yeesh.
S4. Although Hanskin is joining in this time, and they don't have the same numbers, Mud Golem, so it's just a light bit of harassment, a bit of a hello to S4. Scare him a bit. And there's 2 more Alliance heroes coming in from behind here. Limp and FNG coming in to back up this bottom lane and maybe put some pressure on this tower. Let's see what they can get done here. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Nico Baby's starting to really push in this top lane and should be able to take this tower very shortly. Mud Golems, they need to do something on this map. And the plan might be top lane. Let's see what they can do here. Milan comes in behind Nico. Nico does have a TP though, so spin TP easily available for him, and he's just going to do exactly that.
Yep, and Skitter's going to get this free lane top now, going to be able to push that out, knowing Nico Baby TP to the mid lane. 3 heroes bottom on Mudgolems, kind of stuck in this area against Alliance, which is going to give Nico Baby the ability to pressure the mid tower. Milan is there, but he's going to have to be a bit careful against the Omnislash and the Mask of Madness.
Yeah, it's very scary solo kill potential on this Juggernaut. The Lions have been hanging out with 4 heroes in this bottom lane for a really long time and not really finding anything. The tower's not falling. They're not putting any pressure down.
They also dropped the Tome. He's only level 4 on FNG. Hanskin got level 6, eating the Tome, but quite under-leveled on the side of Alliance. The supports. Top
Love the
rune
term eat
haste.
the tome. I don't know why that's become a thing, but it does tickle me. Like, what's wrong with reading a tome? Why do we have to eat everything in
He
Dota?
read the Tome? Because it's
Yeah.
like instant. How can you instantly read a book?
Fair point. So you just eat the book and you
You
immediately
just consume. No, it's
all
like
of its
consume.
knowledge.
There you go. That's
Damn,
the word. Yeah,
I was
there
doing
you go.
school all wrong. No wonder I was always in the bottom classes for everything. Should have been eating more
Consume the
books.
Tome.
Yeah, there we go. Meanwhile, we do have the Omni Knight dying down in the bottom lane, and now Alliance can open up to take this tier 1 tower at last. It took them a long enough time, but they will now be able to take down this building. And, you know, all their towers are pretty peachy. Not for long, though, as Mud Golems come storming in on the top lane, looking to respond to that aggression, but their middle tower could be a little bit open there. Nico Baby might want to do something about it. Middle tower being pressured a little bit. Meanwhile, both top and bottom will fall, and it looks like there's about to be a fight breaking out at mid here as they look to deal with this tombstone. Borneo, is he going to jump in for more? Well, there's an Avatos out onto FNG, but Nico Baby backing them up. He's got an Omni Slash along with the Exorcism down as well. They need to defend this tower, Mud Golems, but they're really scared to do that into the Exorcism and into this Juggernaut, who is very, very farmed. Hard for them to come in. Mud Golems looking for a point of entry, but meanwhile their tower is just getting taken away by these ghosts as they continue to chip away. Skitter's just not turning up to this one, so they are just giving away this middle tier 1 tower. They will take it on Alliance, and now they've taken every single outer tower on the map at 13 minutes on Alliance. Very, very good stuff.
Very good start for Alliance. And this is all thanks to Nico Baby, right? He took this top tower all by himself, pretty much. Nobody wanted to fight into him. Then going middle, as soon as he brought some heroes top lane, getting that lane constantly pushed out, Alliance were just able to swoop on in through the jungle, get that last mid tower, and Mud Golems, they find themselves in a very peculiar situation right now. The Sven, not where he wants to be in terms of net worth. I think he would be above the Lina or even the
Borneo,
Juggernaut.
he hookshotted the ball lightning and storm.
Yeah.
So, all right, that's a thing apparently.
Exactly. That happened to me yesterday. I was playing Clock against the Storm. I hook him and I chased him a little bit while he's ball lightning, but it doesn't stun him anyway. It's very awkward.
Okay. Today
I don't know how that
learned.
interaction even happens.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I guess you hookshot him whilst he's ball lightning and you just kind of come along for the ride. Seems like fun. Nevertheless, Alliance still pretty happy with how this game's going for them right now. They have less kills, but with all these buildings they've amassed, they've just got so much space on this map to just really open up this jug. He's heading in and saying, oh, he actually ended up not going for the Battle Fury and instead went for this Manta straight up.
Okay, maybe thinking the Orchid from the Storm is gonna be quite annoying if he goes for the Battle Fury right after Mask of Madness. They make a smoke play with Orchid, you're pretty much just dead as a Juggernaut, so... The sooner he gets the Mask of Madness, the better. And ooh, nice stacks from the Undying. He's actually going to drop the level 2 Tome here to help the Juggernaut kill this.
Makes a lot of sense because he doesn't have the Battle Fury, so it takes a little bit longer to take these Ancients, so FNG's just going to help him out like a good old pal he is.
And FNG will get some of the last hits too, so a little bit of gold for him.
Meanwhile, the first Orchid usage of the lane down in the bottom lane.
It's always more interesting to watch stacks getting killed, right, Nomad?
Agreed.
Who cares about a Clockwork dying?
It is our favorite thing, you know. We love some stacks. We like watching them being made. We like watching them being taken. You know, it's high octane stuff to us. But so far, it's been a pretty sleepy game. I'm actually surprised that Sven is behind the jug. He's the one with great cleave, but so far hasn't really been able to find the same success. Meanwhile, there's a fight breaking out in the middle lane as Bornea jumps onto this Lina, trying to take her down inside that silence time. Not quite able to do so. The LSA comes down. They're turning it around. Bornea is going to drop at the same time. The mids kill each other. Meanwhile, 33 just hanging out on the front lines, trying to bring down the Undying. Nice two-man stun in from the Sven, but he doesn't want to commit. They will allow 33 to die here, and Milan trying to run himself back as Skidder just does not want to get involved.
There's an Omni.
Yeah, he's looking for it, but a nice little avalanche from Milan holds them back and gets them away. And once again, Skidder just so cautious about getting involved in these engagements.
No, he really doesn't want to get in there and get omnied or, you know, sit on top of a tome or anything like that. So as soon as he saw the Storm Spirit getting very low with no resources, he didn't want to commit to that fight anymore. He would have been the next target. I think the Juggernaut very happy to drop an Omni Slash plus a Mask of Madness onto the Sven.
Oh,
if they could somehow zone out the Omni first.
So you agree with this Sven's reluctance to get involved in these team fights?
I think it was just an awkward situation. You're on the high ground of Alliance. They have 4 heroes there already. So it's much better if you just get, you know, live to fight another day, right? Better angle. That's what Skitter's actually looking for.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
He's very strong, but he's not as strong as the Juggernaut right now. This is what happens when you pretty much have a free farm lane and you take all your enemy towers while pushing the lanes out.
Hold on, it's sneaky Roche time. There is a scan right on their faces though. Alliance are aware and they're coming in. They need to do this quickly. They're not bringing it down quite fast enough, or maybe they are. Let's see if they can make their way over. They don't have the mobility on Alliance to actually get into it. The signs come through, but the Roche is down, but Bornea is going to be the one to take it. Now, well, they're not really interested in saving Fada here. They've got the Aegis, and they are gone. A great play from Mudgolems. They sneak the Roshan. Alliance don't get there in time, and now they have an Aegis on their Storm Spirit. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, Nico Baby, he actually TP'd to the bottom tier 2 tower because he thought he was just going to go farm some Ancients, and then the moment he was TPing, they realized that Mudgolems is actually doing Roche, so he had to run all the way from here to Roshan. They didn't get him in time, so just had to concede the Roche. Storm gets that. I wouldn't really say it's a huge deal for Mudgolems. Like, they got this Roshan, but taking it away from Alliance, that's probably the biggest factor. Because I think Alliance are the one who want to play on the aggressive right now.
Certainly feels that way. They are... Well, I don't know, even into the Aegis, you think they're going to be that way? Or...
Well, they need to, right? They need to, like... Yeah. Continue this pressure. They took these tier 1 towers early. They farmed up the map, and Nico Baby, he's held his Omni Slash for a very long time. I think he would be happier using this Omni Slash than just farming creeps and pushing lanes only. So that Storm with the Aegis. Probably not the target he's going to Omni. He's going to want to Omni either the Viper or the Sven. Maybe even the Omni Knight wouldn't be a bad idea.
If you can somehow stop him using that Guardian Angel, of course.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of awkward calling Juggernaut spell Omni when there's an actual Omni in the game.
Omni the Omni. Now we're getting real.
Yeah,
Inception
you're gonna have to
style.
call it the full thing, Omni slash.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's going for a Basher next.
Skitter once again
Skitter.
popping the God Strength for an objective. They want the middle tier 1 tower. They recognize that Alliance are making a play elsewhere on the map, and they say, hey, just make them come to us. Start pressuring this tier 1 tower. They clearly feel confident in taking a 5-on-5 team fight, but the hookshot comes through. They're going to try and engage onto the Sven, or are they actually? The Clockwork just backs himself away. Says, nah, just kidding, guys. Not really initiation. Backs himself away. And everyone kind of shakes hands and just goes about their days.
Yeah, he sort of just touched the Sven, you know, see the reaction of Mud Golems. And he's like, oh, I don't like this situation. He didn't even pop the cogs to try to pin the Sven or like push him back or anything like that. Just walked away. Was a bit low on mana too in that situation. So that ward up here for Mud Golems, it kind of spotted out that Alliance were not playing on the left side. That's why we saw Mud Golems just position all their heroes there, and Sven wanted to really open up this mid tower. That being said, Sven's God Strength on cooldown, bottom tower is completely exposed. Alliance are just gonna take that. And I think that's a pretty big win for Alliance, because now they're gonna be able to get the bottom outpost if they decide to do so.
Yeah, and oh, they're jumping onto S4 here. They say, we
S4.
don't care about your X's and go. We're going to take you down all the same. And S4 gets dropped like a rock in the top lane. Nobody coming in to help him out. He thought his X's was like some kind of shield there, but...
Yeah, he was all alone too. And now that he's dead, like, that tower for Mud Golems is quite easy to take. Because the Alliance don't want to run into 4 heroes who are already set up near that tier 2.
So was that the play from S4 where he was like, if I approach them with the Exorcism, they're going to be scared. They're going to say, we don't want to fight into Exo. He's going to have a team behind him, and they'll just back themselves away. Or, you know, what was the idea from S4 there?
I think he was just a little bit overconfident. If he played more upwards, like in the trees areas... Oh, that's a pretty easy kill into the Undying. Yeah, if he was like in the trees and maybe Mud Golems had to dive deep to kill him, and the Exo was still running, Alliance would have just TP'd all the heroes and defended him, right? But because he was like in plain sight, where Mud Golems didn't really need to put themselves in an awkward position to kill him, Alliance just had no ability to just TP in and try to help him out.
Yeah. Well, awkward situations for Alliance as they lose 2 heroes. Mud Golems start to really fight back into them right now. Meanwhile, Nico Baby's on their high ground, by the way. Just doing Nico things. There is nothing to stop the spin TP, so he's going to force them back. I mean, he's got this tower down to about half HP, and now the spin comes down, TP out. See you later. Thanks for having me. That's a half
TP
health
to the
tier
tier
3 tower.
2?
That's kind of insane.
They found Skitter.
Oh dear,
He's all by
Skitter
himself.
needs to leave right now. He needs some help, or he needs to get out. There is no teammates nearby. He's looking for the creeps to try and get the Stormhammer across, and will be able to make it. Fada gonna come back him up. Throws in the Heavenly Grace. Ultimate available as well. Mud Golems are on the run. Are they gonna try and turn this one around, though? That is a question in my mind. I don't think it is. Once again, the 2 teams will disengage upon each other.
Yeah, and the Aegis is out for the Storm. So Limp doesn't have boost of travels. He went for the BKB right after the Yules. So he's very, very slow. They didn't have any follow-up to that hookshot cogs play onto Skitter. He was completely alone there.
So the time of games ticks on. Coming into the 23rd minute. A very tactical game from these 2 teams. We haven't seen the same brawling we've had in the last couple of games. I feel like this game's heading that way, but right now it's very tactical. Both teams really looking to select the real engagements they want to commit to. No one wants to make the wrong play. Fear is kind of the detention. Uh-oh, Storm jumps forwards. He does have an illusion rune to actually break the silence of the DP. Really nicely done from the Storm there, actually. Otherwise, he would have been dead.
Yeah. I think he was like trying to touch the Juggernaut and see how Alliance would react to that. And DP showing up, silencing. He already had that illusion ready to go, right? He was thinking, hey, that's the only way they're going to kill me, is with the silence or something. So
Yeah, a lot of touching, a lot of foreplay, but oh, never mind. It might be more than that as they jump into FNG, but the Superman comes down, but they actually stun him up as FNG. Well, there's an Omni Slash coming through. Skinner and Fada are just gone. FNG survives through the whole damn thing. 2 heroes just on the side of Mudgolems. Alliance, they are here to play. Mudgolems were not ready for that one. I mean, walking straight into the Omni Slash there. The 2-man stun really caught them off guard and just brought them down so damn fast.
Oh, that was so good. As soon as they kill off Fada, Juggernaut can just Omni Slash anyone he wants. So he drops that onto the Sven, no more Guardian Angel available, and we can see how much damage this Jug can do. 100-0 on the Sven, just like that.
So quickly. Like, he was just gone. I was expecting someone to get blown up there, but I didn't expect it to be the Sven. Undying did eventually fall in the end there as Milan completes the target. Feel like they really had it in for Fada there. FNG there, sorry. They do finish the job eventually.
So they took another tier 2 tower on Alliance. The DP ulti is on cooldown. So is the Omni Slash. They don't want to really fight at this moment. Mudgolems, though, they feel very confident to get out on the map with those 2 spells down. Roshan can start spawning in 30 seconds. And this is why we see them playing on the top area of the map. Fada dewarding this very, very important hill if you want Rosh.
Yeah, Mudgolems, they, you know, probably feel a little bit honor-struck about their last fight. Doesn't feel good to try and make the plays and then get turned around upon you so quickly,
No, it
but
does not.
they can't stop playing at this pace. They absolutely cannot stop playing at this pace. Once that EXO is down, they want to find something.
Bloodstone now complete on the Storm Spirit. Decent timing, not super fast or anything like that. But he has been the one trying to make some space for the Sven, who didn't have the greatest laning stage. They need a way to live through this Juggernaut. That's Mudgolem's biggest problem right now. He's just way too strong. And if they somehow kill Fada first, anyone who he clicks R on is pretty much just dead.
Yeah, they need him there for the Guardian Angel. That's
Right.
like the most important spell of these team fights, I'm fairly sure.
So 33 is going for a Lotus Orb. That's a pretty good counter to Omni, by the way. It's not something that you would normally think about, but if you can somehow predict who he's going to Omni Slash and you throw that Lotus onto them, you're pretty much not only going to save that hero, but that hero is going to be invincible during the duration of the Omni Slash that it will do it on its own. The Lotus
enough.
Omni.
Yeah, stops you from, stops the threat, even if it doesn't reflect it, like it's still stopping it from happening in the first place, which is just as good. Well, maybe not just as good, but certainly a huge boon in the team fights, which is what they need. One way stop the Omni. And Sven also going for the AC as well, so that's going to kind of tank up the whole team a little bit more, stop them just getting absolutely wrecked by this Juggernaut straight off the bat, and also help them out a little bit against the Exodus, because that is of course physical damage as well, so the extra bit of armor from the AC certainly helps out.
So Alliance have had a little bit of trouble with lockdown this game, but Lina does have Boots of Travel, so she's going to be able to maneuver around the fights a little bit better. Nico Baby has that Basher, which is pretty decent lockdown, and making his way towards a Scotty. So once he gets on top of a hero, they're not going to be able to escape.
Yeah, Scotty has been
Mudgolems,
such a popular item this patch as well, because it just does so much work against all these
really,
healing
really good.
heroes, against lifesteal, and just the slow is insane.
Oh, it was a terrible item before they added the anti-healing effect
Yeah.
onto the Scotty.
You know, Milan, they don't want to go for him, though. They want a bigger target. They're not willing to throw everything onto a tiny. But if you guys are getting bored at home, do not worry, as this game's about to heat up. Roshan is back. The two teams want to fight. They see Handskin, a couple of spells thrown their way. Soft committal from Mudgolems. No one really wants to commit super hard just yet. Skidder now sees it. He's going to go in for this one. Still not popping that God Strength. And now,
Nice
well, the
tombstone.
GA comes down. The Tombstone, yeah, it's right around on the high ground. They can't really get there. And it looks like Milan is going to be the first casualty of this fight as Nico Baby spins him down. And now they look across for a little bit more. But Skidder goes in. He's going to pop the God Strength, looking for a target. Looking onto S4, trying to take him down, but the
S4.
hookshot comes in. Looking him down for the time being. Can they get a score? No, they cannot. The use comes down and Skinner just gets absolutely melted. Meanwhile, Borneo trying to bounce around the sidelines despite still doing a good amount of damage, but Nico Baby, he's the one who's untouched. Milan tries to come in and get the combo off, gets him low, but not low enough. Nico Baby spins himself away to safety. 33 and Fada still on the aggression though. They want to try and find some kills out of this, but S4 is back and he is looking to chase these heroes down, but the Ute route comes out onto Hanskin. He's going to lose his life. 33. He's done some heavy lifting in this team fight with both those other cores dead, but I think this might be it. I think they need to get themselves out now on the side of Mud Golems. Milan moves in towards the tree lines. He's got a blink dagger, but no TP. Should be fine. Meanwhile, 33 and Fada should also be able to get themselves out. And that's going to be that.
Oh man, that tombstone onto the high ground was so nice. I thought Nico Baby really messed up in that fight by using the Omni Slash too early. The Omni Knight getting the Guardian Angel off. Tiny was living for such a long time, but mudgolems, they decided to fight back in there. Sven went in. He thought he was going to burst that DP, but the bashes from the Juggernaut, the stuns just kept holding him down. Nico Baby, he actually does a lot of damage in these engagements. And that's Sven. He needs to be a lot more careful.
He does indeed, yeah. You have to play it more cautiously than this. I loved the way that Hanskin held the hook shot for when that Sven came in. He knew that if you can just lock him down at that key moment when he jumps in with the stun and stop him being able to follow up and bring down that key hero, then the fight is going to be theirs. And he was absolutely right. Hanskin, I think, I don't know. I don't know who to call the MVP of that fight for. I mean, I guess the Undying kind of deserves it for that insane tombstone placement and then just sort of keeping everybody alive with those soul rips. Pretty damn nice, but the Sport2 Alliance doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah, the one good thing for mudgolems is, although they lost their position 2 and 1, they didn't lose the Aegis, so they can still dance around this. It's the most important objective on the map right now, the Aegis and the cheese. The team who wins this next fight, takes the Roshan, is gonna pretty much build up a 10 to 15k gold lead easily.
Yeah, it really is everything, but no one was really strong enough after the last fight to take it, so things kind of get reset a little bit.
Nico Baby, back bottom again. They still don't have any answers to this Blade Fury.
Yep, see you later. Spin, TP. There is nothing to stop that.
Yeah. I think it was also worth mentioning that Borneo, the way he died in the last fight was from a bash. The Juggernaut bashed him, and he wasn't able to zip out. And that's why he actually ended up dying, so...
Oof, that never feels good.
Yep.
25%
Such a nice...
chance. Always a misery to play into. Just catches you off guard sometimes as we have a quick pause out from the Undying. So, next Roche fight. You know, it's probably going to be looking somewhat similar to the last one in terms of how the two teams approach it. Maybe we'll see a bit more reluctance from Mudgolems to try and go on Alliance if they're near their high ground, because they're going to be very wary of this tombstone coming down, and of course the positioning which they can then get with the sight advantage. So, I mean, that is the thing, right? If you approach the enemy team around their side of the Roche pit in the river on their side, then they're going to have wards up on that high ground, as we see. I mean, they had that up the entire fight. And of course, the ability to have heroes up there to come in. So Mudgolems are kind of approaching the fight, trying to utilize this surprise engagement and the initiation advantage to get the quick kill onto Alliance, but unfortunately they weren't able to do quite that, and I think all it goes kind of pear-shaped. Somehow they still came out okay because 33 was able to get himself a huge couple of kills and just a lot of damage coming down, but in the end they did lose their Storm and their Sven, so it can't be considered a victory for Mudgolems.
Yeah, definitely not. There were some buybacks that came out in the last engagement too, which might impact the next fight, like FNG and Milan. So if either of these heroes end up dying, it's pretty much going to be a guaranteed Roshan for the other team. So right now, neither of these teams actually need to win a fight. If they even find one that dudes without a buyback, that's going to be enough for them to pretty much take over this game. So Undying, Tiny, they're going to have to play so much further back. It's so annoying to fight into Undying, honestly. There's so many different high grounds that he can just drop this tome onto, and since Mudgolems don't have a natural tome killer on their draft, they have to kite that tome. There's no other option for them. They can't fight through it.
Yeah, the only one with the mobility to actually get on top of the tome. Well, I mean, there's two. There's Storm Spirit and technically Tiny, but I mean, if your Tiny's blinking and 4-stuffing to the backline skill Tombstone, you've already lost the team fight.
That's never gonna happen. This hero
his
has negative
fearsome
attack speed.
2.66 second attack speed. But he has the mobility for it. That definitely counts.
Alliance have all their skills. They really want to go into this pit, force them out. They drop the tombstone and the flesh golem.
Wow. Yeah,
S4.
Alliance, they
Is he
believe they
gonna
can just
get-
take this.
Yeah, he's not gonna open exorcism yet though.
Interesting.
Isn't that-
They're holding back. He's pumping it. He's pumping it. He's going for it. Mud Golems, they need to answer this right now. Roshan's being taken in front of their eyes with all these cooldowns used from Alliance, and Zips the Storm just trying to give them the vision, jumping across this pit, but the Roshan goes down. Alliance picks up. Skidder goes in, though, trying to bring down FNG. It seems like a wonky engagement as Boromir finds the cheese on the floor, but Skidder's in trouble. He's going to get run down by the side of Alliance as he runs into this fight and loses his life. Meanwhile, 33 gets 1 kill into hand. Skidder now on the run from S4, Nico, Baby, and Lim. They will get on top of him. They will get that kill. Down goes the Viper as well as the Sven. Boromir at least picks up the cheese, but man, that was not a good engagement from Mud Golems, unfortunately, and Boromir might not be out the woods yet. He doesn't really have much mana here. This is not really how you want to be using your cheese,
He's
I
got
don't
a
think.
cheese.
Yeah. Just trying to maybe bait something from
S4.
S4 here. S4.
He's gonna pop it.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit miserable from Boromir. Uh-oh. Limp's turning. I mean, if he dies here as well, this could be really
Oh,
bad.
he
Oh,
missed.
he misses the stun. Light Strike misses from Limp, and Boromir will be given the free pass to get himself away, but wow, that was wonky.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't be missing those, that's for sure. But, you know, it happens sometimes. That was definitely just a free storm at that point. But Juggernaut, with this Aegis, if he wasn't already playing like a crazy man without it, give this man an Aegis and see what he's going to do now. He has a Nullifier. Oh, wow. As soon as he finishes tower and kills the next wave, he has a Nullifier.
So why
that's-
was Mud Golems waiting so long to jump into that pit there in that last fight? That's what I would like to
Well,
ask you.
Think about it. You're jumping into Exorcism, Tombstone, and a Flesh Golem. Then
Very
there's also
scary.
the silence factor, the hook shot, you know, the Omni Slash is not something you want to get inside of. I think Mud Golems already had to be there if they wanted to take the engagement and maybe try to kill the Undying or something before he can get that tome off.
Okay, but then my follow-up question is, why did they decide to go in for the...
Well, they
first
just
pit
tried
then?
with the Storm to see if they can steal something.
Okay,
I think they
okay.
completely understood they didn't have the positioning for it, and then once they started coming out of the pit, the Tombstone was also running out. Skidder tried something. That Undying was a lot more tanky than he expected, I believe.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Mud Golems, unfortunately, just trying to reach real deep to find the answers in this game, but Alliance, they've just kind of started finding their victory, and for the first time this game, we have a significant gold lead on the side of Alliance.
Nico baby. He's feeling himself right now. If that Sven comes up, I think he's gonna pop that Nullifier and just Omni him if there's no Stormhammer available.
Oh, hey,
The Omni Knight. Yep. Omni Knight can't even use the Guardian Angel anymore to save someone because that Nullifier.
So obnoxious. Boromir just going to jump in, light commitment, oh, heavy commitment onto Nico Baby. They want to try and take him down for the first time, but won't be able to do so. He gets the spin away. Meanwhile, hands go. They're just melting Skidder on the front lines. The ghosts, the saps. It's too much damage. Skidder is he actually going to die to zombies
it's
here? No, he
just-
just about survives. Gets into the fountain, but my goodness, it's close. Meanwhile, Boromir jump the backlines, trying to find the Juggernaut. They will be able to take down his first life at the very least. It's DD on Boromir. It does some work, and now Milan
Toss
will
back.
toss back onto Limp here. Limp has a BKB to get himself back, though. Meanwhile, the finish off the melee barracks, now Alliance trying to get themselves away. They want to try and find a catch kill here on the side of Mud Golems, but jumping into these 5 heroes might prove costly, so they will have to let them get away. And once again, Alliance, they get away with everything. They take a melee barracks, and all it costs them is an Aegis, and they might not be done here as they're sitting on the high ground waiting for someone to come forward for this creep wave. If anybody does, then their fate shall be sealed. But Mud Golems, they are wise. Wise beyond their years.
They got that Omni Slash still available. They feel very confident even without that Death Prophet ultimate. So that second Roshan, the Aegis, netted them 2 Raxes, 2 melee Raxes, and 11k gold lead for Alliance.
Great usage. Can't
Great.
fault that.
Absolutely great.
Yeah, a little bit surprised they didn't try and force the issue a bit harder since God Strength was down there, but, you know, Alliance, they don't feel the need to rush things.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, you don't have Exorcism, right? So the DP doesn't really have a lot of impact in that situation. If you get tossed back and some awkward situation happens where you need to commit to the fight, that's exactly how you throw the game as Alliance.
Yeah. Mudgolems backing themselves out. Oh yeah, won't Nullifier take off Warcry as well, right?
Yeah,
Ouch.
definitely.
That's gonna hurt. I mean, he has got the AC at least, so there is some armor on this Sven, but still, that Warcry is what allows him to go toe to toe with Jug.
I can't help but feel like without a BKB, Skitter is having a really hard time just standing in the fight and attacking people. Like,
does
he's either
seem
getting... Yeah, he's getting silenced, stunned, clockwork. Even the mini stun, the battery assault from the clock is extremely annoying for the Sven. It's surprisingly stopping a very high amount of DPS. To just a little mini stun from the battery. So he needs to stop that. He needs to get that BKB. I wouldn't be surprised if he just splits that Echo Saber even just to finish that BKB right away. Leveler, that's gonna be nice. Some extra attack speed from Skitter. So tier 4 items are coming out now. What do you got? Juggernaut with a Illusionist Cape. Finishing his Abyssal Blade now. I swear he just finished his Nullifier like 2 minutes ago. Already has the Abyssal Blade.
He might be called Nico Baby, but he farms like a man as they jump forward, kill off FNG, but a 3-man stance from S4 might give them the opening here. Meanwhile, the Abyssal comes down into the sidelines onto Omnia. They want to try and take him down, but he gets off the Guardian Angel in time. Nullifier is not available. It isn't available from Nico Baby, but he doesn't want to throw it down if he's not going to be right-clicking them through that GA, so he just lets it go. They will make the trade. I mean, that's pretty good for Mudgolems.
That's a big win. Huge win, actually, because Death Prophet doesn't have Exo right now. And Nico Baby, like, he didn't feel confident to just drop that Omni Slash or something to kill the Omni Knight. Or even the Nullifier.
Oh, I really thought he was going to go for that one, but there were creeps around,
Right.
you know, it wasn't the easiest thing to do in the world, and once you pop that spin, you don't have that option anymore, because it doesn't really matter if you nullify off the GA. You're not doing the physical damage regardless, but yeah, very interesting. Alliance
A little bit of hesitation
there. Yeah.
from them. And Undying pop buyback. So I think out of everything that occurred, that's the biggest one, right? Undying without a buyback, he dies, he's gone for like 80 seconds. And Mudgolems, they might be able to snag themselves the third Roshan if that were to happen. So they find themselves an opening.
And I think it's important to mention that FNG is not level 20. He's in fact only level 15, so very underleveled on FNG. That means no tombstone on death. So that means if you take him down quickly enough, he doesn't get off that tombstone, there will not be a tombstone in the team fights. And that's a pretty big deal, because we've already talked a lot about how hard it is for Mudgolems to play into that.
Oh, they give him the Minotaur horn, not to one of the cores, so he can dodge the Sven stun, because they know they're going to go for this Undying first.
Yeah. Protect him. Protect him at all costs is the call from Alliance. Mudgolems now gathering on the high ground as 5 in this triangle. They know that Roshan, its timer is drawing near, and that means the time to fight is nearly upon us once again.
I'm still so baffled by how well Nico Baby has played this game. He is, like, from minute 0 up until now, he's played so perfectly. Where he's on the map, how he farms. Oh, wow, is that instant Roshan?
Oh my goodness, that's about as close as
super
it can get.
fast. And has an
Had, like, a
Aghanim's on it
maximum
too.
Roshan yesterday, or no, that was earlier today.
Yeah,
wasn't
there
it?
was. I think it was today. It was just earlier. Yeah, and there's a Ags on this Roshan too. That's a quick slash for Juggernaut.
Oh, no, they need to do something about this. Are they ready for it, Mudgolems? This Roshan is going to go down so fast already at 50% HP. A support out from Storm Spirit. Disconnect.
Okay.
All right.
All right. That's gonna give them time to think about,
Oh god,
you know, Roshan happening.
Yep, do their calculations,
Right.
figure out, well, if it is up and they're probably starting it, there's probably down to about 50% HP. Yeah, the ping's now out from Skitter.
Oh, they're not expecting this because it was an instant spawn.
Yeah, it is pretty unlikely, but at the same time, Mudgolems, they I'm
Extremely
sure they have it
unlikely.
timed down to a T. They know it's
Yeah,
possible.
so, I'm dreading this Juggernaut with Aghanims right now. It's gonna show he has 31,000 net worth. That's 10k plus above the Sven.
All right, what's going to happen when we unpause? Quick prediction.
The Roshan's just dead.
Roach is just dead. All right, I think Bo3 is gonna zip over, maybe pop his BKB, give his team time to get in. That's what I'm
Ooh.
hoping. There is an Abyssal though,
That's
so
a stretch. That's definitely
yeah,
a stretch.
maybe a bit of a stretch.
I mean, they have an illusion on the Tiny. What's gonna happen is he's gonna send his illusion into the pit, and the Roshan's gonna be like, "Dyer
time
has
it
slain
gets there.
Roshan."
Yeah, oh my god! The moment we restart, I just remembered how quick it is. It's just going down way too fast for anyone to do anything about it. And Roshan shall full Aegis, cheese, Aghanim's, give it all to the baby. Oh, wait a minute, where's that Ags? Where is that Ag? There we go.
It's right there,
picked up
Nico
on the
Baby got
DP
it.
for a second, but Nico Baby now got it. All is well. All is well. Swift Slash now
Yep.
available.
And that's another tool to get on top of heroes. So you got Swift Slash,
It
Abyssal
always
Blade.
catches you out.
yeah,
I hate this spell.
Omni Slash. These heroes are not going to be getting away from him.
They could have
He
called
was
it
shy
Quick
to
Slash,
use-
but instead they called it Swift Slash, and I'm fairly sure that's just to spite casters.
Must be. So yeah, the Swift Slash, like he can use that right onto the Omni. He didn't want to commit the Omni Slash onto him, but this small little Omni Slash, he's happy to use that.
Yeah.
Hex
33.
on
Does Hex
33.
up Nico. They're going on the back lines here, trying to find the deep jump here with Borneo with the DD and the BKB, trying to take down the two supports, but Sven gets controlled up by the Abyssal Blades and can't follow up any damage.
Oh, the
no,
Lotus!
The Lotus Sword! They're on
Lotus!
each other with the clean. He's getting so low. Force pop the cheese. Skidder now pops the BKB with the GA upon him as well, but that's going to get purged off by the Nullifier. So much damage being taken in by the Sven, but the Omni Slash comes through and takes him down. The Switch Slash kills him. Now Nico Baby, though, he's looking pretty low as well. Might be losing his first life, but don't forget, he's got a juicy old Aegis in that backpack. Now he jumps forward, kills off Fada. Borneo will finish the job, but he's one of the last ones left alive on his team. Makes it up to that high ground. Meanwhile, Tiny won't be so lucky as he's
Milan.
controlled up by Handscom. The backlines does get the toss back with force across over the cogs, but here comes Limp. Takes him down easily. And now the rest of Alliance, 4 heroes alive for them. Meanwhile, 3 alive on the side of Mudgolems with a buyback on that Tiny. Can they actually defend this one? Looking pretty unlikely as they come in for the final set of racks here on the side of Alliance. Orania knows he needs to do something as he jumps in, tries to control up the Juggernaut, the science out onto the clock, and a pause from FNG as he disconnects from the game. He is dead, but this is going to give them some thinking time. Unfortunately, it's when the storm has jumped in and silenced up now as well. Fata does not have a Heavenly Grace. Milan, he's got a blink toss. That's the
a
only thing
dead
that's going to
storm,
save him
just
here.
saying. Yeah, he's gonna toss him. He's gonna toss him. Oh man, I would have said that's a death storm, but because they have this pause, they got some time to plan this toss out.
Yeah,
But
Bloodstone
how's the
available
Tiny gonna
too.
escape though? How's the Tiny
Yeah.
gonna get out of this? Then he's dead.
Oh god, I don't think this is happening. Let's see.
Oh, the
Avalanche
force
comes
staff,
through.
okay.
Okay, full stuff away.
Yeah, the force up. All right, they still had that. Okay.
Yo, that was the Omni's one, right? Okay. Let's say. But
That's it,
nevertheless, they are losing barracks here. If Mudgolems want to turn this one around, it's going to be into the Megas, which doesn't seem very likely. In fact, Alliance, they might not be done here. They've got the Yules out onto the Storm Spirit, and they'll go for the Abyssal onto the backlines, and now Swift Flash to follow through as well. But Fada full stuff, stick full stuff into the fountain, but unfortunately, Borneo gets cut down in the back. 29 seconds till the Sven comes back. They're not even going to wait for it, though. The
GG.
GGs are called. This game is over. Alliance, they will be able to take the series, which keeps alive a tiny, tiny glisten of hope that they could somehow make it into the playoffs, but it is a very, very thin one indeed. In fact, I don't even know if it's possible. I think it's dependent on some other results, but we'll get into that later. All we know is Alliance take this game number 3 and secure themselves their second series in this tournament. Well, I mean, a frankly incredible game from Nico Baby there, as he just got so much gold, so many kills, 6, 0, and 5 on this Juggernaut. What a performance from him.
That was amazing from Nico Baby. From minute 0, he just had the most perfect game. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He took the top tower on his own. He farmed so aggressively, not giving Mudgolems anything, and then helping his team take the other towers, controlling Roshan. It was such a perfect game from him. But the other players on Alliance, they played extremely well too. FNG with some really clutch tombstones, Limp making sure all the lanes are pushed out. It was such a nice game to watch.
A wild, wild game here in game number 3, but it does go to Alliance. Well, that's going to be it from us, but we have a lovely panel to hand it across to, so we're going to do that. We'll throw it over to the boys, and they can break down this game a little bit further.
Yo, I'm down to break it down because I know that there was that moment where there was that Omni Slash that gets Lotus, and I know every Alliance fan was like, no, please, not like this. Not like this. We're so close. But it all worked out in the end. Alliance, there are no asterisks on this victory. This was mudgolems playing at their full potential, and Alliance have broken their losing streak. They have now picked up 2 victories and are, I mean, still not looking great. Let's be serious. It's still pretty low in the group stage, but at least they have this win underneath their belt, and at least they can feel pretty comfortable with the fact that as a team, whenever they have a good draft, things look great. Lizard, I asked this after the Viking game, but I want to know again, is this Alliance playing good, or was it Mudgolems not meeting expectations?
No, this is Alliance playing good. This is Alliance taking all the chances that they've been given. Some of those chances, were really great, like that attempted rush fight into a tombstone and into an exorcism that's just been popped. Some of those plays were not great by Mudgolems, but everyone makes mistakes. Alliance just made less mistakes than Mudgolems, and they play their cards really well. I really liked what I saw. And Limp, once again, of course, we're all going to talk about Nico Baby and his flawless performance on Jug, but Limp once again proving that he is just as solid of a Lina player as anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance was very aggressive from the start, like taking all tier 1 towers by the 13-minute mark. They're limited on the initiation, but a lot of sustain, like Spirit Siphon, Healing Ward, Soul Rip. You said Limp had a good game. Caster said, Nico Baby put on a show, 0 deaths on the Juggernaut. Like, it comes down to that there's no BKB piercing abilities that can stun the Juggernaut, which allowed him, to play more aggressively on the map, split pushing, buying time for him, to match up with Sven's farm, and he takes the talent for the move speed as well during the spin, and whenever he feels threatened, he just pops that spin and TPs out.
Yeah, what was really interesting for me is that Jug was also not only keeping up, right? He was above the Sven's farm. I think there wasn't enough stacking, perhaps from Mudgolems, and also one thing that I maybe would have liked from Mudgolems is an earlier BKB from Sven. Yeah, you are playing versus Clock, and he has that hookshot to deal with you. But if you don't get it, man, there's just so many things that can deal with you. The silences, the Cog pushback, even just that Clockwork staying on top of you with battery assault is so annoying. I really think that in a lot of these fights, Skitter was just constantly kited around until he got that leveler, which helped out a little bit.
Well, it looks like we'll get an opportunity to hear from one of the Alliance players, FNG. Let me know if you can hear me, my friend.
Yes, I hear you.
Welcome and congratulations on your second victory in this tournament. I had asked S4 after your Viking victory, and it seemed that there was definitely a mentality shift in your team before the Viking series, where you're like, things are not going well right now. And then somehow that momentum kind of faltered. You played against Liquid, and then you played against Just Arrow, wasn't able to meet it. Did you get a second win yet again versus your Mudgolems, where you're just like, stop it, guys, we need to stop losing, and you ended up winning somehow? What was the mentality coming into this series?
Well, I can't say that we were with such a bad mood because we were losing. At least personally, I didn't feel that, because what matters to me is the progression of the team. What happens after you lose. If you just lost a game, you didn't talk about it, and you go into next game and you're like, yeah, we lost previously, we will not do anything about it, we will just keep playing. I don't like it. The way we did it, we lost, we discussed our problems, we went into the next game trying to fix previous problems. Some new problems came out, and you just keep going like that, and eventually you see that progression is huge compared to when we started playing this group stage to what we are having right now. And also, I don't think we have some bad ideas or bad players or whatever. It's just we just need to do good things in a game, not make mistakes. It sounds simple, but it's actually true.
Okay, you talk about fixing the games. Like, how do you try, fixing things? Like, how much time do you spend on focusing on the older games? Like, do you watch the replays? How are you trying to fix this stuff? Like, if you can talk us more into this.
Yeah, obviously we sit together. We're not on bootcamp right now due to COVID
Yeah.
and so on. But yeah, we sit in Discord, we watch replays, we discuss the idea we have, why it worked or why it didn't work, where where is a mistake we made. Maybe it's execution part, maybe the idea wasn't good, and so on. And like step by step, you're just going through everything you have in your mind, in your team, and eventually some game plan and execution part will work. Like will start working if you're working on it, right? So yeah, after I believe, uh, I don't remember what team was, but we lost one game with Io, and we like had a maybe like 1 hour talk about how we want to play with Io, what is like the idea behind picking Io, how we play them up, and so on. And next day or like next series, we play so perfect with Io, and this is what I like to see.
Hi again, FNG.
Hello.
Can you tell me, like, you said you're not boot camping because of Corona. You guys never boot camped together, right? Not with you, at least.
Yeah, the boys Sabot came in without me sometimes.
Yeah. So are you guys maybe planning to do so because of the new DPC season announced and whatnot? Wouldn't it be good to be at the same place? I know it's hard right now, but maybe form some bubble or something like that.
Yeah, obviously we will try to do it. It's just there are a lot of issues that we need to go through to like everyone to come into one place, right? Like visas, some lockdowns, some other things, and also you need to watch yourself because you don't want to come into bootcamp with like being sick with COVID.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are a lot of stuff that need to go through in order to come to bootcamp. But yeah, we will try. We for sure will try.
And what about captaining, by the way? Has anything changed in the last, I don't know when we last talked, like 2-3 months ago? Is S4 still kind of, handling the reins? Are you helping out a little bit? Who's the team leader at the moment? Usually it's expected from a position 5. That's literally the only reason I'm asking.
No. I think Gustav is still a team leader, and also he's drafting as for now. And I mean, not as for now, but he'll do it as well in future. But the idea
For
is,
now.
yeah, the idea is, Gustav has some great ideas. He has a great mind, and at least my goal is to understand his like thoughts and try to bring it in a game. So he can feel more free when he plays. He will like just sit on lane, hit creeps. You will press BKB 1 second before stun or whatever. Like this kind of stuff. Because I know he's a good player as well. But at least from my perspective, what's holding him back right now is that he needs to control his team as well. And I'm sure eventually we will get rid of it and came into place where we just do what needs to be done. And it's not only Gustav who controls everything.
You're saying that you're able to pull a lot of information out of these losses. Your next series is going to be against Secret. So you think there was anything in these victories versus Mudgolems that you were like, I'm really, really proud of us for executing that, and that's something that you're going to take into Secret? Anything specific?
I mean, I would say we were more prepared to play against some heroes that they picked. I don't want to be specific because it might give some information away.
Yeah.
So we were prepared for their drafts, like some certain heroes, and I think that's why it worked really well for us. And I mean, I would say like all 3 games were winnable for us. Maybe easier, maybe harder. It depends obviously on the team. But yeah, like we done our homework and we just came and showed it.
Well, congratulations on the victory. Well deserved, and looking forward to your series against Secret tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Congrats. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Always nice to hear from FNG. He, you can just ask a simple question and he's gonna go deeper. Like, he's not one of those guys where you ask him something and he says, yeah, okay.
Good.
He tends to elaborate about all of these things, some really useful information, like how they're trying to fix stuff, and just a overall likable guy. Whenever I see him on LAN, like, he comes, he talks, like, you can talk about Dota, you can ask him anything.
Yeah.
Big fan of him.
Yeah, same. Completely agree. Like, you players should like us more, the panelists. You should talk to us. That's the moral of the story here.
Yeah, we're not here to extract any sensitive information out of you. No, of course not. Just reveal what you're comfortable revealing, as long as it's not a monosyllable answer where you're just like, yes, it was good. But things are looking good for Alliance. Not great, though, but they are now amongst the ranks of teams that have 2 wins underneath their belt. It is mudgolems, Liquid, Alliance, and Just Air all have 2 wins. They all have different numbers of matches, though. Mudgolems and Liquid have the same number of matches, and Just Air has played the most matches. So Just Air kind of looking like they're going to be locked in for the bottom of the group, but Alliance may be able to wiggle their way out. Liquid, on the other hand, is who we're going to be seeing up next, and they are going to be versus OG. I asked you, both of you at the beginning, I know OG's looking really good, but Liquid have won their last 2 series, so they are winning versus Alliance, winning versus VP. So I'm looking forward to this series. We are going to toss it over to a quick break, and when we return, we will come back with that Liquid versus OG series here at the Epic League.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose